Go.
And welcome back to Icewindale. Last week, the party had set forth across frozen lake of Lac-Dinishir. On the way, they encountered a couple of feisty knucklehead trout who pulled aboard and promptly searched for rings. Sadly, no luck this time. And the blizzard started to really weigh you guys down. As you guys arrived, you could see there was some form of landmass, like a cliff face up ahead. And rather than try and bear this blizzard anymore, we decided to try and set up camp, which was no easy task. But working together, you have actually carved out like a section of the rock. You set up the tent, pulled in the boat, using that as kind of like a shield of from the wind, and somehow miraculously managed to scrape together enough wood from the skeletal like trees surrounding this cliff face to form fire. 607 experimented with some of the strange crystal known as Shardlin, seeing the effects on one's thoughts and dreams. And unfortunately, Ashanti experienced this overwhelming sense of isolation, as though her entire party had abandoned her in the night. When you came to, you realized it was all just a dream, but 607 was there to offer some comfort. And then the next up, I think it was Barritomus, you started to hear singing off in the distance. It was a beautiful melody, and it was just as the blizzard was sort of subsiding. It lured you out of the camp. 607 saw this and started to follow suit. And that's when you heard that beautiful song as well. And descending from above, vulture-like women with claws and feathers began to rend and flame Barritomus's flesh right in front of your very eyes. 607, and you came to quickly and alerted the rest of the party, who also awoke to this melody. I think Geist managed to resist it and started opening fire, but they nearly got away with Barry. You'd fallen down, you were hoisted up and dragged away into the caves in the cliff face. And if it wasn't for a well-placed sleep spell, that could have been the end of Barry. But you managed to pull the harpy from its cave and finish it off. Then you completed your long rest and set out to explore these caves. You came across some carvings that seemed to depict frost giants entering into a cave, bathing themselves in a hot spring and drowning. You also found what looked to be an incredibly long chasm that just descended deep into the earth, so far that even dropping a single pebble, you couldn't hear it. There were signs of wolf tracks. Something had come in, licked the blood of Barritomus, and perhaps even got a taste for it. And you finally found an icy bridge that led into a small cave, whereupon there seemed to be an old campsite, and there were letters from a dwarf who said that they had heard this awful moaning and singing sound that almost sounded like an old granny. It was enough to drive one insane. There's a few dead spiders laying around as well. You found a chest with some trinkets. And then making your way back across the bridge is when it all went to shit. You slipped up, cracked onto the ice, and this had alerted a elemental creature. The light from Hulla's lantern began to flicker up, and sure enough, a water weird emerged and tried to drown poor 607. You managed to get away, but as you were climbing up, Geist slipped and swapped places with you, falling into the water, and it almost choked the life out of you, began to swim away. The party managed to chase after, smash the ice, and fire into it, and destroy the water web just before Geist was suffocated and drowned. And after that, you healed yourself up, and there was another cave. And you lit this one with your dancing lights, and inside you found the remains of what could only be the previous fishermen that you were looking for the whole time. There is nothing left of them but viscera, gore, and bones. And as you crept down the staircase and into this kind of ossuary, you saw a giant frozen block of ice, and inside of it, you could make out the features of a fleshless humanoid creature that towers in comparison to you. It is like sat down with a great axe between its legs, and its head is kind of adorned with its massive horned helmet. You can see other bone-like trinkets all over this creature from many battles it must have endured in life. And as you're looking at this, Wealgeist is when suddenly a crack forms in the ice, splintering perhaps just a fragment down its face. And that is where we left off. And I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative as well.
I don't know when you stop loving us, Chris, but
Mm.
I want to apologize profusely for whatever it was.
This world never had any love to begin with.
Chris, because of the moderate hypothermia, I'm meant to be rolling initiative at disadvantage, right?
Right, yeah.
So I will re-roll my initiative.
Please do.
I guess.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll yeah, you can re-roll it now.
I think I did. No.
Thank God the enemy rolled in that one.
Re-roll.
Yeah, wait, it's frozen.
Did you roll in that one?
Yeah,
oh, nice.
Okay,
good. I thought I was in bad shape there. I was like, oh no.
That is actually very fortunate, as the creature does seem to be completely frozen in ice, like encompassed in it. It might give you enough time to get away. But Barry, you're the first up. You see Wealgeist running back up the stairs, like full sprint. Did you say anything as you were running back up? I can't remember.
Geist was probably along the lines of something like, giant skeleton seems to be waking up. It's got a really big axe. Looks like it's going to hurt. I suggest retreat and re-strategize for a way to take it down. But considering we've just exhausted ourselves, bye.
And indeed, the loud cracks echo up the staircase such that you can likely all hear this. What do you want to do, Barry?
I'm just like, well, what am I doing at the front?
Potentially grab proof of the fisherman.
We can come back for proof of the fisherman. Right now, I think we need to get out of here.
That's a very good point.
We're running? We're running and not fighting?
I think we should.
I mean, if you want to fight it, feel free.
Well, not by myself. Okay. Oops.
Like I said, it's big. It's got a big axe. Looks like it'll hurt. And I almost died, like, today. I kind of don't want to repeat it again.
Well,
is somebody eating crisps?
Nope, that's the splintering of ice.
Oh,
okay.
I was confused then. Yeah, I think I'm gonna dash for this turn, just in case. But because I'm not meant to be at the front, I think that's as far as I can go.
If we do want to stand and fight, perhaps we could do it on the ice and like break the ice beneath its feet.
If you guys want to whack at it, I'll happily zip zap it from back here.
Okay.
I mean, I can only take about one hit. So, yeah, zapping it from a distance is a good, I think.
Okay.
Ashanti's
Also, in terms
Ashanti, it's Ashanti's turn. Let's keep the turn order.
I am gonna move forward onto the steps so I can cover my friends as they retreat.
All right, you got it.
wrong
You
way.
can hold an action to dash, or hold an action to like slice at something if it does come up the stairs. But I'll say that you're ready.
Yeah, I'm either gonna run or strike, but I want my friends to get further away before I turn around.
Okay, 607. You see Ashanti ahead of you taking up the stance on the stairs.
Yeah, I'm going full.
Okay. And it's only a bonus action to move your lights if you wish.
I think I can get to there.
Yeah, that's good.
And then I need to keep my. Where's the fourth light?
It's actually by the statue itself.
It's by the statue. Okay, hold on. Let me move this guy back so I can see it again.
I'll move it down
I'll
a little
move.
bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it back to here, and then I'll move myself back to where I was. Okay, there we go.
Good. Okay, that's your action and dash. All right, Hulla.
Yep.
Hulla is going to yeah, I'm gonna move 30 feet. And until just here, so that I can still see what's coming down the corridor. Oops, that was 35, sorry. And I'm gonna hold my action to either flee or to throw a spell at whatever comes around that corner.
I've actually only got 25 because of a little bit of exhaustion, but that's still enough to get a good view down the corridor.
Yeah. So I'm hedging my bets here.
All right. So you're ready as well.
Ready with a sacred flame. Yep.
There you go. It's a little icon I'm adding to people, if you notice, just to make sure I know who's actually holding an action. And if you want to add that yourself anytime, you can right-click it, right-click your token, and there's a little assign status effects button, and that's got all the conditions in there. Okay, Geist, you're up.
All right, so Geist is going to bonus action dash to basically get behind Hulla. Ready an action to shoot if it comes down. Just to, considering skeleton, I'm thinking I will ready a. Is a bodkin arrow still piercing, or is that like a blunt arrow?
Bodkin. Let me check. Ammunition. A bodkin arrow is sundering, which means it's piercing.
Yeah, okay. In which case, I'll just stick with a regular arrow for this one, I guess. But I'm also going to say to Hulla, you worship a god of the dead, right? Is there anything you can do in regards to skeletons and undead figures?
Undead powers, no. I mean, I'm trying to prevent people from not being dead, but I don't actually communicate with the dead or have.
I thought maybe you could drive them off or something.
Well, let me see my spell book. I don't think I have Turn Undead yet.
Well, Turn Undead was second level. It's Channel Divinity.
Yeah, it's not a spell, but rather a Channel Divinity. You have it under your features.
I'm going to take a guess that the giant skeleton is probably above your level right now.
It may be.
Yes, I do have Turn Undead. How about that?
But you might also still be able to get it. It's a saving throw they have to make, wisdom.
Yeah.
If they fail, then they're turned and they have to flee from you. But
okay. Well,
but it doesn't affect. It only affects creatures up to a certain level.
No, I think that's destroy undead. That only affects up to a certain level.
That's right. Destroy undead. Yeah. Also, it's only a 30-foot range, so you actually need to be fairly close to really turn it.
Yeah.
But, okay. So with that,
all right. Thank you for the
as
reminder.
you see Geist rush up the stairs, Hulla and Ashanti are looking down, waiting for this thing to emerge. Instead, you simply hear this almighty cracking of ice, splintering and shattering. And you hear perhaps just the heavy kind of like creak of bones coming to life and animating. But you don't see anything emerge down the tunnel ahead of you, even with your 60 foot of dark vision. Just hear that awful sound, the crack again. That's it. That's its go. Barry, it's your turn again.
Can I see? I can't see it still.
Nah, not from there. You have to be like right at the bottom of the stairs.
And Ashanti hasn't come running with us.
Nope.
Okay. I am gonna hold a Eldritch Blast until
Okay.
it comes into view to try and like keep it back from Ashanti until Ashanti does her barbarian things.
Okay. So Ashanti, it would come back to you. I know you had a held action. Doesn't seem to
Right.
have emerged, so you can still run if you wanted
I,
with that.
I'm gonna back up to where my friends are,
Yep.
and then again, just be ready to cover their retreat. 5, 10, 15, 25. Oops, it's 35, 30. Okay, so actually, this is a good one. I'm like, why are y'all standing here? Go!
We're waiting for you.
Go! I'm covering your retreat. Go! I don't
We're
want to lose
covering
any friends
yours.
today.
A tenuous
Yeah,
hesitation between the party, but I'll say you're ready again, waiting for them to get going.
right.
607 is your turn.
Well, I'm gonna listen to my friend
Thank
and
you.
go. And I'm gonna start. I need to move. I need to move a light.
I'll help you
I'm
out.
gonna keep that there. No, I want to keep that one there.
My bad.
Oh,
Put it
fine.
back.
Oh, fine. That's okay. I'll move it over here. I'll move this one because I need to see on the ice. Move that one
Good
over
point.
there. So I move 10. So I'll
And
go.
then this is slippery, and a lot of it got destroyed when you was punching it up. But yeah, it's slippery
Yes,
on ice.
I'll go. I'll just go there because I don't want to go too far away from everybody, and I'm gonna hold a fire bolt in case I see it come at anybody, especially Ashanti. She's still
Okay.
in sight here.
And Hulla, it's your turn.
All right. Let's move back. 25. Do I want to move another 25 feet? Is this slippery ice or is this water?
Yeah, if I remember, do you have crampons on Hulla?
Yeah,
Let me
I
check.
do.
Then you're good. You can run across that, no problem.
Okay. Then that is a dash, which I can use as a bonus. And I will hold my action with a turn undead.
Okay. All right, you're ready again.
Yep.
All right, Geist, you're up.
Geist will do his usual bonus action dash. I guess get to. Let's get around the corner slightly, and then if it comes into view, he'll fire it. So I'll ready an arrow again.
All right. With that, you hear the echoing shatter down the corridor, loud enough that it shakes the entire cave structure itself. You see icicles landing around you. This time, Ashanti, you do see something, but it's not the creature, but rather the icy cage that it was contained in, like skitters across and slides over to the other side of the cave. Just big chunks of ice have just completely been smashed to pieces. And then you hear perhaps the loud, heavy footfalls, like of a thud, as something perhaps getting to their feet. And you hear the scrape of a great axe being hefted from the icy floor into the hands of this skeletal creature. That's once again its turn. Barry, you're up.
Oh, it didn't even appear?
Nope. It had to get. Takes 2 turns for this thing to shatter its icy prison.
Oh, fuck, we had 2 turns where we could have done damage to it?
Well, it was
Well, I'd
inside
imagine if we
ice, so
attacked it, we
It
would have
was-
broken it free.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 turns to run away, which we didn't do.
No, we sort of did. We just
we should
didn't
keep-
run as far as we could.
We need to run farther because he's got a faster speed than us.
Keep stepping back as far as I can, but keeping an eye of Ashanti.
well,
I am-
Ashanti's Ashanti's held
No!
action was to go as soon as you guys go. So, Ashanti,
Yeah.
you could take
Oh.
your action right now because that's when you said you was holding it for. You want to move up?
Okay. Yes, definitely.
Okay,
Alright,
you can
that's-
get to it.
Okay,
That
that's
would-
my full movement then. And then again, I'll ready an Eldritch Blast.
All right. It's Ashanti's go.
I'll
Like I'm-
move as far 5, 10, so I'm right there in the middle, and I'm going to shout, "Fly, you fools!" I'm going to hold an
right.
action. I'm readying, and just to slow it down. I can dash if you guys will move.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. Shanti's giving you the order again. Let's see what happens. 607, your turn. I'm guessing you're ready again. Shanti.
Which way are we going? Up the way we came, or down the way?
Well, the other way's waterfall that we'd have to climb up. So I guess
down.
back the way we came.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's all these shattered bits of ice, don't they? On there.
So
If
Somewhere
we
around here.
if we get back top bridge, it might not be able to follow. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Did any of you lower a rope here at the bridge? Trying to recall. I don't think you
That's-
did. Did
that
you?
I
was
don't think anybody did.
No.
Yes, remember I had my feet up against the wall. I had the
Yeah.
rope down.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
he was holding
Then
on to it.
I fell right into
Yeah.
the water afterwards. So
Right,
the
okay.
rope's there, but I don't know if it would have stayed attached to anything because I was
No.
anchoring it.
Yeah,
that's
you
my
were the one
turn.
holding it. Okay, that's good.
Movement, then dash, and move my lights a little bit.
Hulla. Your ready action again. I'm afraid nothing comes in
Doesn't
range
go
of your
through,
channel
yeah.
divinity, but it's not going to be wasted. Unlike a spell slot, if he was holding a spell, that would have gone.
Okay, well that's better. 25 movement and 25 as a dash, which is a bonus.
Okay, really legging it this time.
And again, my action, I'm going to turn around and hold until
Wow.
if I see anything coming across.
You have dash?
She
I have-
does
As a bonus?
As a bonus action because of a feature that I just looked up.
Oh, okay.
Adrenaline rush.
Adrenaline
okay,
rush.
Okay.
But that's 1 out of 2 uses gone.
Oh, right.
So just bear in mind, yeah, you have to expend that, but later when you'll get more proficiency bonus, you'll get more uses of it. And also, whenever you use this trait, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. So you gain 2 HP. All right.
Okay.
As adrenaline surges into Hulla, realizing the peril they could be in, they burst all the way to the end, and they're right underneath the bridge. Geist, you're up, and you were ready an arrow.
Yeah, I just let it, just keep him, and then I'm just gonna dash and there, and then I'm gonna action dash as best I can, but because of the fact I can't see in the dark, I'm gonna sort of hug the wall, so I'll get to there.
Okay, finally, you start to hear the creaking thuds of this creature moving. Thud. 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 Still can't see it yet, Ashanti. You can hear it coming up the stairs, though. The great axe seems to hit onto the side of the wall. This creature is so huge, it sort of has to squeeze in places to actually get through this cave. And when it does so, you hear the kind of like scraping of that axe against the wall. And it's going to take an action to dash. Definitely. Oh my god, its stride is massive. Let's see, how can it...
Is
you
it
have to
40-foot
squeeze a
movement?
couple.
I figured it's at 40.
Something. Ashanti, you
Yeah.
finally see it coming around the corner. This behemoth of bone. The creature
Very
is
well.
fully animated.
When we kill that thing, I definitely think we should take the axe.
Can you lift the axe? That might be a feature.
For sure.
The axe is likely 3 times your height, Ashanti.
That's
Yeah,
doable.
but
From head to toe.
Sell the accent.
Be a cool trophy to have mounted on the wall. If we ever had our own place.
Okay, well, the terror is very much alive and real. What do you want to do, Barry?
Is that as far as it manages to get? I'm
Yeah,
gonna hit it.
go ahead.
I'll try to.
Did you have you had a held action, didn't you? Oh my god, you
Yeah.
got that 20s.
20.
That is pretty substantial.
And I only rolled an 8, which is terrible.
Well, no, you rolled 2 4s, but yeah.
But yeah, it knocks it back 10 feet. Would that cause it to go?
It does.
10 says. And it's also slowed for 10 feet.
Hey.
So hopefully that if we run away now, it gives us another turn to hit it before it gets to us. But
All right, yeah,
Barry,
you
that
hear the
was
beast kind of
great.
clatters backwards a step and like hits the back wall. You can hear a snap of one of its ribs.
Ashanti and probably 6 or 7 at this point might notice that in Barry's panic state, he didn't even bring out his lock. He just straight up just fired it from his hand.
It's then your go. Because that was a held action, right? You were holding an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Wait, that means you could knock back another 10.
You could shoot it again, yeah, if you wanted, yeah.
I could shoot it again, but I think the wall would catch its fall.
Run!
Yeah, 5,
I want to get out of here.
15, 20, 25, and I will again hold an action in case it gets around the corner and I have to pop it back another 10 feet.
Sara-Jane, where are you on the map right now? Can you just like...
I'm right next to the waterfall.
Oh, you're down here?
No,
The
she's
bridge.
up. You meant the bridge.
Oh,
Okay.
she's
Oh,
she's
the
a
bridge.
bridge. Okay.
Sorry.
I can't
Yeah,
see
whatever
you.
that is.
Ashanti, your held action would go off as Barry moves. So you want to move up to him?
Yeah. And
I think
then
you can go up to there if you...
then I am going to I'm gonna move damn it, I hate leaving Barry out. I'm gonna hold my action to either move or attack based on whether or not he comes around the corner. I don't want to leave Barry behind.
Mm-hmm. All right. Did you want to use any movement this turn to get like a little ahead of him, or just stay where you are?
No, I'll stay next to him because again, I think that frost giant can probably take both of us out without even trying. But I don't want a friend to die alone.
All right then. In that case, 607.
Let's just move the lights a little bit. I can move this one up here. Move this one up here. Oh, there you guys are. I'm actually going to move this one down here because I want to be able to see it coming. Okay. My movement, I'm going to move up this way. 5, 10, yeah, okay. And then I'm going to hold a spell, a chromatic orb spell, for if the giant comes around the corner.
Okay, Hulla.
Okay, so to get up this bridge here, do we say there
20
was a
feet
rope
up.
or there isn't?
There isn't a rope, I'm afraid.
Oh,
You have
Okay.
rope on you, but there's nothing that
I
was
I
attached.
would have dropped my rope. So there is should be a pedal of rope there, but it's not attached to anything.
There
Because
you go.
I literally braced it, was holding it, and then I stood up and then dived in the water. Dove in the water.
Okay.
Is there
So
anything
there's
to,
like a rope there.
okay, so is there anything to like grab onto if I try to climb it?
The rock face is
If
it's
it's rock,
fairly
I can
flat.
climb it. Okay.
Yeah, but it's fairly flat and there are bits of ice. It might be climbable, but
Okay.
it's not going to be easy.
Right. I'm
The other
gonna
option
grab.
is, of course,
Yeah.
go straight under the bridge and continue around, but you don't know where that
Oh,
leads
you can
necessarily.
go under the bridge. I
You
didn't
can
know
go
you can go
under.
under the
Oh,
bridge.
I thought it was like a block of stuff.
No,
Yeah.
no, you can go straight through it.
If it's only 20 feet high, the thing can probably attack us from there, right? Okay. Let's
The
keep running.
creature itself is like,
Yeah.
well over 20 feet himself.
They could probably, I guess, but the bridge could slow him.
Does he fit in those halls on either side of the bridge? I mean, he's a frost giant. We know he fits in the big river canal, but the halls on either side, will he fit? I mean, would it benefit us to rabbit to a location that's too small for him to get us? Or at
Potential.
least it's too small for him to swing that battle axe.
We'll have to
That's a
find
good
out.
point. But I'm gonna. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna try and climb. All right. Let's. Do I have to?
Okay.
I'm assuming I have to roll a check on this. Athletics.
This is going to be an athletics check.
Yeah.
For sure. And because of its flat and icy nature, I'm going to say with disadvantage as well.
Ugh, okay. Yeah, that's not. I fall flat on my ass.
Let me check what the DC can be. Yeah. Oh god, you rolled a 1. Fuck. Nope. It's no use. You either would need some sort of proper climbing gear, or like pitons to be able to hammer in and create footholds and handholds. But right now, you just try to climb a section, you grab onto a tiny ledge, and it just falls away as the ice cracks. It's that horrible ice against the wall kind of scenario where it just can't grab onto anything sturdy enough, and yeah, you fall back down onto the ice.
Okay. Do I still get movement?
Yeah, some of that would have been taken up, like at least 10 foot of it, trying to climb.
Right. Okay. Then I'm gonna use my to do the rest of my action to get past the bridge. I go. We don't have time to set up ropes and everything. I don't think. Just run for it.
I have an idea regarding that, actually.
You might be able to do something? Alright then, Geist, you're up.
And this is just me in my head. Because ropes are 50 feet, this is like 20 feet high. The bridge is about 10 foot wide.
Yep.
So if I through the rope over the top of the bridge, Hulla could grab it on the other end and essentially use that as almost like a pulley to pull me up, and then I could tie the rope at the top to get other people up.
That is a clever
Ooh.
idea.
That's good.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I'm not the strongest, so I'm not going to be able to help much with the actual helping people up, but I can probably, like, set something up to, like, rope stuff up there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can pull you, no problem.
Yeah, right. So I'm going to position myself here, and I'm sure I've got my own rope. Yeah, and I'm going to try to throw my rope over the top so that Hulla can grab it on the other side. And then on their next turn, I guess, try to pull me up.
Okay. Just give me a dex check. It shouldn't be too hard.
Dex.
You're just sort of getting it all coiled up in a manner that you can probably just throw it over. Lex, you roll really bad. You roll really bad.
Yeah,
oh,
my
no.
dice isn't great.
Oh, God.
Well, if it failed, I just pull it back and.
Yeah, you can always give it another go later.
Yeah.
That'll probably take an action to do this.
Yeah.
But it's as you throw the rope over, you see the kind of slippery, icy bridge is like it basically slips off from that side.
I've got a different way to do it next time. Rather than throwing it, I'm just going to try to shoot it over, basically. Like, the shot.
Yeah, all right. Okay, the Frost Giant. You didn't hit it with Eldritch Blast this turn, yeah. Oh, wait, no, he hasn't.
I did, yeah.
Right,
He's
so
he's
got
still
5.
slowed.
Yeah, he's only got 30 now. Mm-hmm. Definitely going to dash again. Well, Barrett, you're going to get another shot at it as it suddenly emerges. It's kind of hunkered down, like hunching its way through this tunnel. And it's just right now is when you spot the creature coming out and emerge.
I think I get a shot too.
Yes, if you can see it. Yeah,
I can see it, yeah.
17, and
Yes.
you know, the thing, reduce it, knock it back if possible.
What? Can I hit it too?
It's a hit. That's a hit.
Wow.
Oh, I can't see the thing. It's bones, so I'm gonna try light thunder damage and see if I can shatter something.
That's a good damage to pick. Thunder definitely splinters a lot of the ribs. One of the femurs has a firm crack in it as it's also blasted back and seems to be hobbling from the impact that Barry's spell's done.
Did that actually knock it back?
I can't really move it back much more than that, like 5 feet back, but that's about it.
I thought that was the case, but yeah, it's reduced again by 10.
Okay. I think that's where it kind of ends its movement, really. Because you just blasted it back again.
We might actually be able to take this thing. If we keep running and shooting.
I will say its movement does look a little hampered inside that tunnel. I'll mention there were a couple of squeezed points, like a pinch point where it was like half movement basically. But you can see this is much wider river, and you can see as it was trying to emerge, its like hunched nature was straightening out, and then Barry like slammed it back, and its head probably cracked on the back as it hits the roof. Okay, but that is going to be its turn. Barry, you're back.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get as much as that. That's a fair point. One sec. As I was asked about my length. Once in each of your turns, you can hit a creature with Eldritch Blast until the end of my next turn.
Yeah.
So would that mean that
you'd need to hit it now, actually? Yeah.
Yeah. That's
but,
annoying.
Yeah. You can always hold your action again to do it.
You can move up and hit it.
25. And I'm going to hit it again because I definitely want it to be reduced. Yeah.
I see a distinct lack of crampons on your character.
Crampons?
Yeah, you don't have the thing for you slip on ice.
Was I not wearing your crampons? Someone
No.
lent me crampons, didn't they?
I was going to because I was going to take Labrys, but then we didn't take
crap.
Labrys.
So Dex check, do you say?
Yes, please.
Right, Dex save.
I think it's all the same for you. Oh, it's not bad.
Good
You
roll.
actually do. You slip around a lot, and you can't even come to a full halt. You kind of like continuing your momentum slightly.
Yeah, I
But
got a low center of gravity.
yeah, the low sensor is helping you stay stable.
So, and my movement was probably more like the Eldritch Blast blasting me back on the ice.
All right. Anything
Yeah.
else, or are you holding your action to do another?
That was my action because I had to hit it this turn, didn't I?
Oh, you did it again.
Yeah, I just hit it for 1.
Oh, so you
damage.
did for 1 damage. Okay,
But-
cool.
It's lost 10 foot of movement.
All right. Okay. In that case, Ashanti, you're up.
Okay, I am going to move to the other side of this hole in the ice. All right, so 10, 15, well,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna stand right here on this side of it.
Mhm.
And I am going to shout. There, that's 30. I'm gonna shout, "Hey, stupid! My grandma's got stronger bones than you do." And I'm gonna hold my action to swing, to swing my or adrenaline dash out of here if I can get it to fall in the ice.
Mm.
So I'm gonna see if I can lure it into the hole in the ice because that's one of the things we discussed trying to do with it.
Okay. Yeah. In response to your insult, its jaw kind of drops. Its head clicks as it kind of turns sideways into your direction. His eyes are locked on yours. 607, your turn.
Yeah. I can sort of tell what Ashanti's doing. So I am going to pretend to aim at it or at the entrance because I can't actually see it right now. And I'm going to fire a firebolt at the ice right about here to try to crack it right open at where he has to come onto the ice.
All right. Okay, Hulla. Oh, any movement, by the way? Are you good there?
Ooh,
So
that was a phenomenal roll.
lots of damage to the ice, unfortunately, not to the creature, just to the ice.
To
That's
the
a good
ice?
idea, though.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
ice right, pretty much right where my yeah, right there.
You
And
shatter a
then
fissure in the ice.
Okay,
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, wait, still my turn. Still my turn.
sorry. Yep.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
I am going to then move some lights. I want to be able to see Ashanti a little bit, so I'm going to move one over here. I'm going to move this one over here. And I'm going to move up to the... I'm going to still be able to see her, so I'm going to move up to about here. And I'm going to reach out and handgeist my grappling hook.
Oh,
Oh,
that's even better.
And I'm just gonna start holding it out so he can grab it from me because I can't actually
Yep.
probably give it to him
Yeah.
fully.
Yep.
You got it. Okay, Hulla.
It's my turn. I'm going to run over to 607, grab the grappling hook, and try and toss it over the bridge.
That makes sense.
Yeah, okay. You can give me either a strength or an acrobat. Strength or
athletics.
Athletics.
That'll
Let's
do.
see.
Yep.
Investigation.
You got
Religion.
insight.
Come on,
Intimidate
please,
that.
dice.
That's good enough. That's it. That's
Oh,
all
good
I
enough
needed.
is what I need.
Just like
Yeah.
like only a DC 10 to just get this over the bridge, and you can hear it actually latch onto the underside,
Ooh,
and yeah, it's hooked in tight.
who was that?
You're good.
Okay.
That is an action to do that.
That is an action plus my movement.
You could
Yeah,
start
I'm
to
gonna
climb.
I'm gonna stay at the bottom and give everyone
Okay.
a boost who wants to go up.
Alrighty. Guys.
Like I'll be all holding my hands out in that little bridge form
Then
thing.
I shall take that and climb up the rope, I guess. So
yeah, it's just going to be half movement to climb the rope.
Yeah, well, so that'll be 10 foot, and then I'll bonus action dash to get the rest of the way.
Yeah, because it's a 20-foot climb. It's basically 40. All right.
Yeah, so I will get on top of the bridge, and then I will.
This bridge still looks pretty precarious, by the way.
Yeah.
With the slippery ice.
I will stand my ground and ready an action to fire an arrow at. Wait, you said it would be like a 40-foot climb. That was a half movement, right?
Yeah, 40 to get to the top there.
So so my movement's at 20 feet. So with a bonus action dash, that's 40 feet of movement, but that would only get me 20 feet. So I'm probably still climbing, I guess. Even if I dashed as my action.
Where were you before? I can't remember. You were right here, weren't you?
I was here, yeah. So I was basically right.
So it's basically 40 foot of movement to get right there where you were.
Oh, okay, yeah. Which is what I do. And then because I've got my action, I ready my action to fire on it should it come into range.
Okay, that'll be right now. You can fire as you see it come into the light.
Okay. Does it know? I was going to say, does it know I'm here to be able? Do I get advantage on this?
You're not hidden.
Yeah. I wish I had advantage on that.
And you are in the light of 607's little dancing light there.
Only just.
Sadly not.
Yeah.
Arrow flies and lands into one of its many skull-like shoulder pads it's got. And the arrow, as it embeds in, it looks like just like a tiny little twig on its shoulder.
Guy sort of considers this, looks at his bow, looks back at least with this one, I should be able to get my arrows back if we survive and win.
Okay. The Frost Giant's turn. It sees this massive fissure open up in front of it, kind of looks down at it, then looks back up at Ashanti. And it seems to, as it pulls its way away from the wall, head into like a running jump and tries to land on the other side of this ice. However, jumping onto ice is one thing. Jumping onto
He's very
ice
heavy,
when
right?
you weigh jumping onto ice when you weigh probably over 2 tons is gonna be even worse. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it a dexterity saving throw to see if first of all it lands prone or not.
Oh.
Of course it doesn't. I rolled a 1. It lands on the ice and just immediately slips and comes to a complete halt from landing on its back. The ice beneath it does begin to crack around it, and well, it's gonna have to use half of its movement to stand back up again, which isn't good. That's already 30,
well, wait a minute.
45.
It took a step back and then jumped. Wasn't that part of its movement?
No, it was already a step back because it got pushed back. But yeah, it's used 45 movement just to get here.
Okay.
No, it hasn't. It's used 50. It's used 50 movement, which means it has to dash to get back up. And... oh, man. That means I don't get to attack Ashanti this turn. But Ashanti, you said you had a held action?
Yes, to either retreat or attack.
It's in range of your glaive.
Is it standing or is it prone?
Well, at the time it comes in range, it would be prone.
Okay.
So you would get a hit.
Okay. I'm aiming for the leg that had the crack in it.
Okay.
So, yes. So I'm going to use
Actually,
slice it.
hold on a second. If you actually want to do this, you can make a cooled shot directly at the leg. It basically
Okay,
means it'll be harder to hit it. Like the AC will be slightly higher, but should you deal enough damage to a leg, you might actually be able to hobble it completely, like
all right,
actually cripple this thing's movement.
I'm gonna take the chance.
And you'd have advantage, so
Because he's prone, right?
yeah.
So, do I just roll with advantage, or do I do anything else, Chris?
No, you should be able to roll with advantage. And I mean, you are raging technically as well, so yeah, you also have extra damage should you hit it.
Oh, do I need to? Is that
That's
hit
a hit. Yeah, that's a hit, and it's a hit on the cooled shot, i.e., you got right on the leg, and you crack it. Now, it's immune to the necrotic damage because you can't bleed the skeleton much.
Right.
But you can also, as a, it's actually not your turn. This is a held action, so that's
Right.
just going to be in total 14 slashing to the leg. The crack forms even more, like the bone is like shattering into pieces, but it's not completely broken. Looks like one more hit at that might actually do it though.
Okay.
You need to be another heavy hit just like that.
Okay.
Okay. So it's gonna stand back up. Technically, you should have rolled advantage. Here, have a d20. Oh my god, it was a crit.
So roll a d10.
Oh my god, why did I waste that? I used my own 20. Oh no. Yeah, roll a d10, Ashanti. This is extra damage.
Okay. All
This
right.
might do it.
Extra 5 damage.
So, an extra 5 damage. All right.
19 straight to the
Also,
leg.
wait, it's more. Orcs.
Oh god, yeah, an extra d10 on top of that.
When you
Right.
score a crit, you can roll another damage dice on top of that. So roll another d10.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
7.
Not bad. Not bad.
So in total, that's 21, 25. That's actually what I was looking for.
14 plus 5 is 19. It's 26.
26. Yeah. That's more than enough. I was looking for that, like about that number. Yeah. All right, another 7 damage to it, and with that, you shatter this femur, and you see the creature is unable to stand up from this. Well, actually, it'll be able to stand up, but it's basically got like half movement at this point. It's going to be completely hobbled for the rest of the combat. Oh god. All right. So it's dashed, it got back up, and the rest of its movement, it doesn't have any. It has no more movement because you've basically hobbled it. All right. Barritomus, it's your turn.
Into the water. Guys?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good idea. We'll slow it even further. We could get some real pot shots off.
Let's see if I hit it then. Fingers crossed. Is that just
Hard
hit
to
it?
miss.
I
Yeah,
hit
it's hard to miss
more.
such a massive creature like this. Blast it center chest into its solar plexus, and it falls backwards
Into the
into,
big
Into the water.
into
Yeah.
the water. Great.
And it is also slowed down 10 feet, but at this point it's under the water. Which I would think would slow it down unless it has a swim speed.
No, it doesn't have a swim speed.
So it is going really slow right now.
Real slow.
And also, if it tries to climb out, it's going to be putting so much weight onto that point in the ice, it's probably just going to break the ice around it.
Yeah.
Because it's already weakened.
We probably
Any
do want to go that way, right?
Any movement there, Barry?
I will try and not slip, but I will basically get behind Ashanti.
If you want, if
Barry,
you are,
run! Run!
as you,
I
well,
want to get out of here.
running will incur a acrobatics check.
I know. I'm trying
Whoa!
Or if you do want to be, if you do, as you're saying, don't want to try and slip, you can just try and move like half movement.
Yeah, after having almost slip, I think I want to like stay
Go
nearby.
slowly.
Basically, I want to be able to shoot through that gap there to like keep knocking it back if need be, with what we've managed to do in terms of slowing it down.
All right then.
Like that's my aim. If I'd be able to see it through this gap at all times, sort of, then I'll be doing that. Plus, I'm not just as much as Ashanti's like, no, it's fine. I'll just be in the front. I don't want to leave her behind either.
All right, Ashanti, you're up.
Okay, I really do want to get out of here, although I am pissed that he fell in the ice in the river with my axe, because I was going to figure out some way to drag that behind me. But I am going to go up to Barritomus, grab his arm, that's 10 feet, and I'm going to drag him further down the river.
Okay.
I've grabbed his arm, so I've got 10 feet. Do I get, what, 5 more feet of movement, or?
So when you drag in someone, it can cost you double movement. Yeah, if you get to here, drag him, and then continue, you can spend like
5 more feet, or?
Right, so that's 20. That's 30. Yeah. Well, there basically.
I should.
That's only movement though. That's only movement.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, was drag him further down, and then I am going to. I see myself twice. Is that normal?
That's a bug.
Okay. And then I am going to hold my action to throw a javelin or hit him with my halberd if he gets close enough.
I guess if he gets close enough to me, you've got that to stab over my shoulder.
Okay. All right. So you're ready. 607, your turn.
Well, this feels good now, so I'm gonna try to hit him again. Is he? Can I see? I can see him in the water still, right?
Yeah, he's huge.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to hit him again. Oops, I did that advantage.
Wow.
Nice.
I did a disadvantage. I think
Either
he's
way.
prone.
Oh, I did a disadvantage. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stick with the thunder damage.
Ooh. Thunder blasts out a huge section of it. You see splintered bone go in every direction. You see a firm crack all the way down its skull as well. Its helmet is kind of also shattered into tiny shards.
I mean, this feels winnable now, guys. All of a sudden, although I have no idea how many hit points he has, but
Well,
feels like we're doing okay.
It's injured, meaning you've done half of its HP. That should give an indication.
Okay.
So
I am going
instead of bloodied,
to.
we'll call it splintered.
I'm gonna keep, because he's pretty big, so I'm gonna keep the lights fairly on it. I'm gonna put one light over here, so they can see some stuff, and move this light over this way. And I'm just gonna move right to the corner here.
Okay. Hulla. Oh, sorry. Hulla.
Oh, can I start climbing? Or no?
I'm holding a boost bridge for you, so if you want to use that to get started.
Oh, maybe I can start climbing. Yeah.
Then you can climb up and start going up.
I guess I won't be able to finish it this round, but I'll start climbing.
All right.
I am going to aim at the creature in the water and target. Is it targeted? Yes, it is. And let's try Sacred Flame. Come on.
Hmm?
Oh, target is 60 feet away. Oops.
Should be.
I thought I'd measured
Your
it.
range is Sacred Flame should be 60 feet, right?
It should be
Um,
60 feet, but it was measuring it at
Yeah.
65. So
Oh, because
whatever.
it's
I'm gonna try
measuring the
again.
center of it, maybe.
It's measuring the center of it rather than the edge of
Plus-
it. That's okay. I'm gonna try again. I'll move 5 feet and try
Yeah.
again.
Okay. That worked. Although
Dexterity throw.
didn't seem to target him.
He's
Have you got something else
targeted.
targeted?
No, I don't think so.
Weird.
I
All
thought
right,
he
I'll
was
just
targeted.
roll it.
Anyway,
I'll roll it. It's a 13.
13 is a pass. Damn it. Does he not
That's
have disadvantage on dexterity saves?
No. Not for being
Not
in
for being
water
prone
or...
and in the water?
No, not...
Okay.
I wish that was the case. I've always kind of thought that about prone.
Okay. What else
nope,
would you like to do?
from cover. And I'm going to stay where I am to give the others advantage when they try and climb.
Okay. Hopefully, thankfully, it doesn't actually... I'm not going to actually ask a roll for climbing up a rope. It's just going to be half your movement. But... Okay, guys.
Is he actually prone? Or is he just...
Well, he got knocked back. And he kind of fell in the water. But he's not actually prone from any of those conditions.
Okay, so I will just fire, hopefully a flat roll, and maybe some 11 hits.
Yep, he's almost unmissable because he's huge.
So I've hit, I can't apply sneak attack, so I don't have advantage for any reason, so then I'm going to dip around this corner to stay out of the way of people. And I will bonus action hide. Because I'm technically
Alright,
out
give me a
of
stealth
view.
check. Alright, you're pretty well hidden. There's no chance he can see you. But he can see Barritomus, and he's had enough of this. Being pushed back and slowed continuously has now drawn his ire, Barry.
He's the
As
one.
He's gonna throw something. He's gonna throw something at you.
Uh-oh.
Its eyes lock onto yours, and you feel this piercing gaze that freezes your very veins. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh!
I'm sorry, what now?
Oh,
was a lot of dice.
Jesus! Oh my God, Ashanti, you're gonna start
Oh,
pulling again, right? Oh my
Cool,
God, you're
that
done.
is so close to double your HP as well.
Yeah.
What's the range on that? Because
No way.
That's okay. Maybe
No way.
maybe we gotta
No,
start.
that's more than double his HP.
Holy crap, I'm dead.
Are you dead outright?
Because
That's-
because 30 because he is your max 17.
Yeah, so that's 34, my max.
Yeah,
double
so
damage.
that's instant death.
That's dead outright.
Oh my god.
Unless there's anything that can negate that somehow, reduce it, or
I don't know.
I don't understand. Does he not get his death saving throws?
No, if you're hit hard enough, that reduces you to more than negative your max HP from that hit. That's massive damage, instant death.
yeah, I'm dead.
He's not wrong.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Barritomus. Everyone sees
Okay,
Barritomus
maybe
freeze up.
maybe we should keep running. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
10d6.
Was it
It's no
10
joke.
Fuck.
It's no joke. This creature just stares this icy glare at Barritomus, and you see him freeze in his stance, and he doesn't fall down. It's almost as if his veins have turned to ice. His innards have just been frozen solid. So he remains standing, and Ashanti, you feel like you can't even move him from the lake. You look down, you see his feet are almost like encased in ice, like he's become one with this lake. And there's no breath coming from him. Breath is a very obvious thing to see, as everyone's kind of almost freezing. You normally see that kind of condensation in the air, but Barry is not moving. With that, the creature begins to pull itself up out of the ice using the rest of its movement, which it's not a lot. That's 5'10", and that's it. That's all it's got. Because it's halved and then reduced by 10. So that's literally as far as it gets. It just climbs back out and up onto the ice. With that, it takes the great axe by 2 hands and begins to search out its next target. You see its eyes are still kind of glowing with this icy malevolence.
Okay.
Okay, back to running away, I think.
Ashanti.
All right. I am
I was feeling good for 1 round.
I am gonna shout back to 607. Barritomus is stuck. Can you melt the ice so I can drag him away? And I'm gonna hold my action. I'm gonna hold a dash to start dragging Barritomus. If on 607's turn he can melt the ice.
Okay.
Enough for me to grab Barritomus and start dragging him back to the safety of our friends.
All right. It's going to be a held action then?
Yes, it's a held
Okay.
action until after 607 tries to melt the ice.
Got it.
So if he's stuck to the ice and I can't break him out, then I'm gonna ask 607 to melt it.
I'll say
So I can.
with your strength, you could probably like break him free. Like it's not like
Oh, okay.
he feels solid. He feels solid as ice, but he's not actually like stuck to it. It almost feels like he is. But you can still drag his paralyzed, frozen body away. Yes, but it's
Then I'm gonna
difficult.
adrenaline
Rush.
dash,
Yeah.
adrenaline rush. So I'm going to use the ability. So with me dragging, does that get me 30 feet or is it
Yeah. 30
okay?
feet.
So all right, so 5, 10. All right, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and drag him up here. That's 15
Mm-hmm.
feet. And oh, he didn't go with me.
Dragging.
Okay. And then this is gonna sound horrible. Um, but adrenaline rush is a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
So for my action, I want to dwarf toss Barritomus under the bridge.
Okay, give me a strength check with advantage.
Okay.
Athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah. It's 22. You're still raging. You lift him up over your head and toss him with all your might. I guess Geist up there could probably actually make sure he doesn't slide off the other side.
Yep.
But yeah, a frozen dwarf lands at your feet, Geist, and you see the eyes have been just completely almost glazed over with ice themselves.
I'm just not sure that Ashanti would have recognized that he's dead and not under a spell. which is why I did what I did. I don't know that I would recognize that this is not just some sort of spell Hulla can break.
Okay.
So I think that's what I'm thinking right now is, well, we'll get them to safety and Hulla can make this all better.
You got it. 607. Your turn. You're halfway up the rope, right?
I'm halfway up, yeah.
Okay, so you just go 20-foot movement. You can get to the top.
Okay, I'll get to the top. 20 feet to get to the top? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
20
get to
foot
the top.
climbing.
Um,
If you're already half.
yeah, I will. Don't like what he just did, so I'm gonna try to.
How is that?
Am I still rolling with disadvantage?
You shouldn't be.
I don't know why. No, it shouldn't be disadvantage, but that does hit regardless.
Okay.
I'm not sure why.
The only
Okay,
thing I
it
can
still
think
hits
of
anyway,
is it's
yes.
counting you as being within 5 feet of an enemy, but
Alright. No, none of you are enemies.
Maybe it's half
Unless-
cover or something. No, it's gonna be half cover.
is it for some reason and this is a really weird thing, is it somehow his light, so they somehow counting as him, so it's counting as him being within 5 feet?
Oh, good point. Let me check. You know?
Oh, it might be that. It might be that. That's okay. That's okay. It hits anyway, so it's fine.
No, the
I'm
lights
gonna
are friendly.
move. I'm gonna move my lights while they. Gonna move that one up here.
Double check this one. Yeah, no, the lights are friendly.
Yeah.
Gonna move this
No,
one
but I
over.
was thinking
Oops.
maybe it's counting the light as
An enemy or a creature within 5 feet.
No, as the same token as, because it's his spell, maybe it's counting as him, so it's counting as one of his things being 5 feet next to the giant is counting as him being
That's
5 feet
true.
next to the giant.
I don't know. There is a question as to why this thing is targeted. I think Hulla, you might have this targeted, and that might be why it said it was out of range. Is that you?
No, that's me.
Oh,
That's me
okay.
targeting that. 'Cause I just moved it.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to get out of its line of sight.
So hold on, 20 foot up. You've only got 10 foot left, right?
So
you'd only get to about here, really. 5, 10, round there. You'd get there basically.
Well, okay, yeah.
The other problem is this bridge is still pretty slippery and icy.
I am wearing
before
crampons.
That's true.
I do have my crampons
And
on.
Barry did shatter up the bridge before, if I recall. The whole thing that lured the waterbeard out. Okay. As long as you're not making a mad dash across it, you should be okay. All right, Hulla.
Okay. As soon as 607 makes its way up, I'm gonna move up the rope.
You got it.
Hopefully, I can do that.
Yep. It's only about 40 foot of movement to get to the top.
Okay.
So you would have to dash to make it all the way.
Okay, I will dash to make it all the way.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You can get about there. Okay,
does that
and
mean
then
that means I don't have any action anymore, right?
I'm afraid not. No.
Okay.
All right, guys.
That's fine.
Can I use half of my movement just to drag Barry out the way so he's like here?
Sure.
Then I'm going to pop out for 5 feet, whilst everyone's still getting away. Take a pot shot at the big thing. And technically I should have had advantage because I was hidden.
Yes, you do.
So I will re-roll just in case. I managed to get the exact same dice roll, but that does mean I get to apply sneak attack.
Yes, you do.
And then I will move back 5 feet and bonus action hide.
Once again, more of its bony exterior is crumbling apart into pieces.
Apparently
That's
not.
on that one.
Yep.
This time its eyes like rise up, look at you, and you feel that cold, icy, piercing sensation just as you go around the corner and avoid its gaze. You feel as though
it knows where I am.
Yeah. In fact, It may have even gone for you had you had not got behind cover in that instance. Ashanti, you're down here with this creature, and it's trying its best to hobble forward, but it's only going to be able to get. And this is difficult terrain for him as well, where it's all like iced up. So I'm going to say it moves about there, and that's it for its total movement. It could dash, but
Isn't
it
that on
doesn't
top
look like
of
it's
one of the
likely to
holes
reach
in
you.
the ice?
Yes, it is.
That's why I say it's difficult terrain for him, because he's like he's kind of like climbing in and out of all this pot marked. However, instead of it trying to dash towards you, its gaze is also going to turn to yours.
Oh.
It's done chasing you. Now, it wants you to hold. It's hold in place. Freeze where you can no longer run. No longer escape the cold. I need Ashanti. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good thing you got a little health, right? Or past the saving throw. You're good at Constitution.
I think
That's a success.
So
You
it fails
take
all outright.
0
With that
damage.
Yeah.
Success.
Oh my gosh.
0 damage.
You feel this cold sensation once again, the grip of this endless winter, but you've seen what it has done to Barry. You can't end it now. You still have so much to accomplish in this icy land, and you steel yourself against this freezing, frigid, soulless creature.
And I'm
Barry,
raging. I'm
still
too
paralyzed.
I'm too out of it to be scared.
Ashanti, it's your go.
Okay. All right. Then I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to live to see another day. I'm dashing
Got
up
it.
that rope. So I'm gonna dash to get up the rope.
Okay. You can get 40
Can you
feet
hear
up.
me?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
only 40 foot of
Okay.
movement. So you'd just be able to dash and get up to the top.
Okay. All right. And then now that I'm with my friends, spiders are back the way we came. So which way do we dash?
The way we came.
That
We
way.
need to get
Okay.
out. We need to get
Okay.
out.
All right. Then I am going to. Do I have 20 more feet of movement, or did I use it climbing?
What's your movement speed currently? 30?
30.
Yeah, then you've got 20 more feet.
All right. Then I'm going to go behind you guys so I can start dragging Barry when we. Whoops! I don't know why that's doing that.
Where is Barry?
He's just
He's right
behind
behind
me.
guys.
Oh, he's just behind. Okay, that's why I can't see him.
I moved him out of the way so that he wouldn't get in people's ways. We're climbing up the rope.
Mm-hmm.
Just okay. There I am. Thank you, Chris.
Keep moving that way.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just going to
Hulla.
be
Sorry.
in position to drag him as soon as my next turn starts.
All right. Up next.
Okay.
Sorry, 607.
Oh, 607's next. Sorry.
Yep.
I heard my name.
No, I was going to say it, and then I corrected myself.
Keep taking my little pot shots of firebolt. Do as much damage as I can. Still
another
rolling
hit.
with disadvantage for some reason, but that's okay.
I'm not sure why, but either way, definitely a hit.
Okay, it still hits. So I'm gonna move this light to here. I want to keep him in sight. Move this light over here. This one down the road. And this one, I'll keep this one here. And then I'll use my movement because I definitely want to get out of his gaze. And I'm gonna go 20 feet that way.
Out of sight, out of mind. Hulla, you're up next.
Yep, I'm gonna follow 607's example, move out of sight. And I'm going to cast Bless on my companions, my remaining companions. So they get an extra D4 to their attacks and saving throws.
Is it for everybody, or is it just for?
It's
Is it
for
limited to
everyone
number?
except me. Yeah, so
Okay.
I only have 3.
On attacks and saving throws. Okay.
Attacks and saving throws. And then once I've done that, I'm going to move the additional however many feet I can get. That's probably too many feet. That's way too many feet. But there.
Okay, looks good. Anything else? Okay.
Can I spare? No, can't. I can't spare the
Good.
dying, and I think I know he's dead.
Well, you're not 100%, but yeah, he isn't moving or breathing. 10 foot to get anywhere. Sorry, Geist, you're up.
So until Hulla's got out of here. No, that's stupid. Guys will look back. You got him right. He at least deserves a proper burial.
Yeah.
We'll come back and get him. We'll come back.
All right, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm gonna have to dash.
We're leaving the body. Oh man.
But as I'm here anyway, I might as well take a pot shot as I, because I can bonus action dash, so I might as well.
Oh boy, that completely shatters out another portion of its skeletal frame. I'm gonna say, like, this time you hit it right in the shoulder and its arm like collapses, and it has to suddenly carry the weight of the great axe in one, and it's just dragging it across the ice.
Well, good news is I weakened it being up close.
Yeah, its ribcage is all completely gone. It's just like this spinal cord holding it together like a single thread. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. This thing is really close. It's go. Now it doesn't see anything. It can't see any target at this point.
It's obviously seen where we've gone, so is it just going to keep?
It has.
Follow.
But it knows you went. It knows you went up into a tiny little tunnel, and looking at the size of this creature, you can estimate, like Ashanti did, that it's unlikely you can get in those tunnels.
Yeah.
Which means you hear this cracking footfalls. You hear the scraping of the great axe across the ice. It's going to be back to Ashanti's go.
Okay.
Did we hear it getting closer?
To you, it sounded like it was getting further away.
Ah, it's running away.
Yes, I would like to peek out around the corner and just see if it really is going further away.
Shanti, with your dark vision, it's not enough to reach the end of the tunnel. You can see where it was, and it's no longer
But
there.
it's nowhere in the light area then.
You don't see it.
Okay.
If its form would be too massive to hide under the ice.
Okay. I am wearing crampons. So I'm going to reach behind me, grab Barritomus, and start trying to drag him across the ice as a dash action. So, 10, 15, 20, 25. I think that's as far as I can get with him. It's just on the other side, right behind 607.
You got it. 607. You have your go.
All right, I'm gonna use 15 feet of movement to get out. I can't see him now.
Yeah, he's out of sight unless you want to use your lights to move down the tunnel. But
actually, yeah, I will use a light to. I will bonus action move a light down the tunnel a little bit. I can move it more.
You see it. It's back. Well, just about. It's literally right there. Its back is turned, and you can see it's trying to huddle down, like bend down and get into the tunnel again.
Okay, so I'll use 5 more feet of movement to get a better angle,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna keep taking pot shots because I'm just like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got something that hits hard, you might be able to crack that last spinal cord. Oh,
You've
wait,
got a
it
D4.
shouldn't have
Not
been.
D4.
It should be. That's a hit anyway. Sorry, because you rolled a 4,
Yeah.
which is a total of 10.
Yeah,
So
still
that's a
doing
hit.
the. Okay. So 10 points, 10 more points of fire damage then.
10 points. Oh my god! You see this creature's spine snap. It falls. It's separated from its like pelvis, and you just see a clatter of bones land onto the ground, and you can see its head lift back up out of the snow. You see its one singular arm heave its spine forward. It is on its last legs, literally like nothing.
I might be able to finish this then. They've got the range.
Right,
Hulla
can he roll his D4? Can he roll his D4 from Hulla's
for
Bless?
It's just for
They did
attack
no
rolls.
damage?
yeah,
Oh,
Just for
that's
attack rolls and saving throws.
Mhm.
Oh,
And you already
And he
hit.
said I hit already, so.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
I did bonus actions. I'm actually gonna.
Move back? Or
I think he's far. How far away is he?
he's like 85 feet.
Yeah,
90, 85.
I want to finish him off. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna start to climb back down.
Oh my god!
so
Do that! Don't do
607.
that!
Oh,
Oh,
He's gonna go for it.
oh my
607 wants
god.
the kill. Hulla.
I want the kill.
Yeah, I'm gonna move 15 feet this way.
Now that I see that his spine's broken and how bad shape he is, I want the kill.
Over here. I'm
You
gonna
can
cast
see him,
Cure
Hulla, but he's.
Wounds.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
it probably won't
607's
do
climbing
anything.
down, isn't he?
Yeah, he's climbing down.
So I don't think. Well, you could probably get to him,
I'm
but
I'm
then.
I'm
I
only like
no,
just
because
I'm only
I'm
just
only
starting climbing down because I didn't have a lot of movement
Alright.
left, so I'm still pretty much at the top.
Okay.
So you probably could reach me if you wanted to like bend down.
Mm-hmm.
how damaged are you?
I'm like
You-
halfway done.
Okay.
You should be able to see his HP bar.
Yeah.
Well, I can see that it's in the orange, but I can't see how far it is. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on you to give you a little bit of a boost. Target.
Okay.
I was gonna do it
does
on Barry, but
Cure Wounds cure insanity? 607, get back up here.
Good question.
I can smell the kill. I saw that spine crack and that'll bring me back up to full, thank you.
okay. Just
Wealgeist.
just
He's
Your
don't
almost done.
turn.
He's almost done, guys.
don't
He's
miss.
almost
Don't
done.
miss.
We can go
Crap,
in and
I'm
get
gonna
the
bonus
evidence of the
action
fissures.
to get a slightly better angle. And you know what? Considering a strike.
That's a hit. And if you can see its token, you
That's
already
enough.
know. You already know. That is a kill shot. How do you want to do this?
And in this case, because you said it like was picked up its head and was trying to like drag it along, I'm literally going for the eyes. I'm putting out those eyes that killed our friend.
The shot straight
Like
through the socket.
Yep, shatter the skull.
Pieces strewn across the ice as the once trapped icy essence of unlife escapes. There is a moment of silence that fills the cave. No more cracking of ice, no more running. And after that brief moment, you hear the howling of that wind again, that moaning howl pick up slightly. But
Paula, get over here. Barritomus is hurt.
we're
Come
going to
on,
end
you've got.
combat. End combat there.
Is he gone?
There is
Is that it?
No,
Yeah.
come over here and
I
fix him.
shat.
You can
I.
fix him. You're a cleric.
I'm gonna start climbing down the rope because we should probably go check out that room.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Hulla, Ashanti, do what you can for Barry. Guys, let's go to do some looking carefully though.
Yep.
That was not fun. And I'm gonna leave.
My.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I have to, you guys both have dark vision, right? Because I have to bring my lights with me. I can't leave them if I go too far away.
Do I have dark vision? I think I do.
Yes.
Half-orcs
As
do.
a half-orc. Yeah, we both
As
do.
a half
Yeah.
we do. Excellent.
The
Yeah.
walk around
Yeah,
this
I just
in the.
because both of us don't have dark vision. The two of us don't have dark vision.
Okay.
So yeah, so we'll just go start doing. Oh, I guess I gotta go around this.
I'm gonna basically. Yeah, as much as Geist has great respect for the dead, he has no respect for this thing. He's just basically got to break some more of the bones, just to
Oh,
make
you're
sure it's dead.
you're.
Look for loot.
I'm just gonna do. It's just automatic at this point. Right? I gotta just making
shattering more and more pieces. So there's nothing but fragments left.
And
I'm
consider
hoping
it.
there's jewels in there.
and one more for Barry.
Yep. And considering this is like bone and stuff, can I recover any of my arrows from this?
Make a survival check.
Come on, dice.
I'll leave them.
10.
You find like, how many arrows did you fire into it?
They're like 4, at least 4, I think.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, you're gonna get
4 and
one
1
back.
miss. One's better than none.
But
Then I didn't use any
yeah.
of my special arrows, so. But still. Mostly the arrowheads he's after. Right, let's. Oh, well.
All right. Let's be careful. Oh, I
Yeah.
should probably put my voice on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Both of you can make perception checks, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's be careful going in here this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Perception. Oh, this is gonna go poorly. Oh, not
So
bad.
that's a 15.
And
okay.
Geist is going to go for his usual. I'm going to be a sneaky guy as we're going back in.
Well, that's great. I rolled on that one. Oh wait, I rolled 17. Nice.
Myself
so
rolled as a 6. Yay!
Rolled a 6 on stealth. Yeah, none of you notice anything other than this creature must have been ancient. You can see it's endured many battles before arrowheads and snapped bits of weaponry on it.
Yeah, Geist pauses at the top of the stairs, thinking for a moment. That thing was trapped in the ice, right?
It was there, yeah.
So it couldn't have been responsible for these deaths, and I doubt the heartbeat dragged it down here.
You think there's something else down here?
That's what I'm worried about.
That's why we should be very careful, considering it's just the 2 of us right now.
Yeah. If it comes
As you
to
head
a fight,
down
we retreat
into the ossuary, you do notice that the bones have been piled up in particular places. Like there's a pile here, and there's a pile there as well.
You don't think this was the harpies, right? Could have been something else, or was this the harpies?
It doesn't seem. They seemed more. I mean, they were starving. There's like a fully uneaten person here. Like they wouldn't have left.
So something else is down here. So something else is down here.
Something that looks like it's trying to perform some kind of ritual.
Ritual? Oh, great. A ritual, a caster. Let's get out of here. We're down. I have only my basic spells right now that I can do.
The grappling hook there.
We're down our healer and our barbarian. Let's just.
I haven't. I
don't like that there's something else down here and it's just the 2 of us.
Yeah, I'm going to. We should at least try to take the body if we can. So, but I don't want to go
If you want
into
to
the room.
try to grab. You want to be
So
careful.
I'm gonna try to tie a rope to my arrow and basically fire it into the body and just try to basically slowly pull it out.
I'm gonna hold firebolt for if I see anything come
Actually,
into my vision.
better, yeah. I'm gonna, rather than doing it with an arrow, I'm gonna tie it to my dagger, because the dagger's a more solid bit of sort of thing. But then again, an arrow's more designed to hook into the body. I'll do it with the arrow. That was my initial thing. So I'm basically going to shoot this body and just basically slowly start dragging it out, like making sure not to pull too hard to snap the arrow.
Sure. Okay. You fire into the body and begin to slowly drag it back, and as you do, you realize there's a smear of blood that you're dragging across the ground, and the body is surprisingly lighter than what you anticipated. And it's not until you reel the body all the way back and perhaps flip it over is when you realize its shirt has been cut open, the body has been opened up, and all of their innards are missing.
Well, that's
the skin
not good.
is also
Okay, that's a ritual to something. Let's at least take the one body back so we have the evidence.
Yeah, I'm going
let's get back to the others.
Yep, I'm going to put the body on my shoulder and start basically heading.
I'm bringing these back.
Okay.
And keep an eye behind us in case we're being followed.
Yep. Which one of us is stronger, me or you? Like, I've got an 11.
I have an 11 to strength too. Maybe we.
Yeah. Let's just move.
What's that light? What's that light coming at us?
Isn't that one of your lights?
Is it one of my lights? Oh, there was a light moving. I can only see like the outline of a light circle. Oh, I need to bring my thing back. Oh, maybe it was my light coming back. Okay. Right. We can't see over there.
So as you make your way back down the tunnel, let's take.
We're doing this together, but I need to move on my lights individually, so it's taking me actually slower.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Why don't we take a quick break here as you guys unite with the rest of your party?
Yep.
Okay.
If we're taking a break, I'm gonna be leaving the game session for today.
Yes.
I need to go to a thing, so I'm gonna be calling it my day here. Then.
What
Right,
what do you
did
want to
well.
do next?
We can discuss on the break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
For anybody who wants to pilot me, just keep me in a very cautious space.
Yeah.
I'll take control, I think.
All right.
All right.
So we shall be right back. See you in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. See you in a Oh, yeah.
I'm not dead. Yeah, he is. No, I'm not. Well, he will be. No. Monty Python reference.
I got better.
We are back.
All right.
And mute.
But I'm currently on a grey screen, but hopefully that's going to load in a moment. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. So, the party gather back across the bridge with their frozen friend in tow. And 607 was gathering up his lights, and for a moment, he had a double take where he thought he saw something that it wasn't his light moving around. And just as you're about to perhaps head down this tunnel, is when you do see a faint light lagging behind the other dancing one. Just somewhere down the tunnel of the icy lake. It kind of bobs and floats there for a moment before flittering further and further down the tunnel towards the gruesome ossuary.
Does it
And
get within
that's
60 feet of us?
it's out of sight, I'm afraid.
Mm.
So you don't see it. You just see the light that it's providing kind of piercing around the corners. Now, after a moment or two, when that light finally fully disappears down the tunnel again, is when that moaning, howling wind begins to pick up louder and louder until it sounds much more reminiscent of a kind of shrill, like, laughter. You hear singing like that of an old granny singing a lullaby to a child, but it sounds more sadistic, more malicious. Something about it almost feels like it's haunting you, like it knows what's just happened and is singing this specific song for some almost insult to injury.
Yeah.
Sleep, sleep, my darling tiny one, tucked within your bed so tight. Else the old grey wolf will come and grab you by your side. He'll snatch you up between his teeth, if on the bed's edge you sleep. Continues on like this, more echoey in the cave. And drag you to the forest deep, beneath the quaking tree. So close your eyes and fall asleep. Count the little woolly sheep, tucked so tightly you must keep, or he will come for you.
Geist is going to speak to his ghost in his head. Is that who I think it is?
You hear the voice well up to the back of your mind.
That is her.
Of course it is.
That is Maud Chiselbone.
Of course it is. You know, what was the worst possible thing it could be? God damn it. I looked to the rest of the party. Well, our lovely singer is apparently the person we're here to find, so...
Oh, great. So at least we don't have to avoid it. That's, looking
well,
on the bright side.
Wonder.
I mean, considering... the voice is echoing, you said, Chris, but can we sort of identify the sort of origin? Is it coming from, like, the opposite, like, direction? Or is it sort of unable to really tell?
Roll a perception check. It's echoing such that it seems to be coming from all around you, except for the tunnel behind you, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like it's coming from both directions along the river. So you can't pinpoint it. It's almost like it's being carried by the howling wind that kind of whips and snakes its way through.
Considering the tone of voice, I'm wondering if perhaps whoever or whatever this Maud Chiselbone is responsible for what happened to the fisherman. And as a result, not sure that they are a safe person to go visit unless we're ready for a potential dangerous situation. Going in unprepared seems foolish, particularly when we're unfortunately one down.
Why are we talking about this? Hulla, fix Barritomus.
I don't think I can.
You can cast Cure Wounds. You did it on 607, even though it didn't fix the crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. But okay. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think the magic works like that. But I will try and cast Cure Wounds on Barry. And I'm gonna take a minute to center myself and really put all of my energy and all of my carefulness into this, so that I'm really taking my time.
As you place your hand on his body, you find there is no warmth whatsoever. And as you try to channel the divine healing through your hand into him, it's almost as if you're just casting a spell against an icy rock. There is no life.
Not.
Your spell doesn't even take hold.
It's not reacting to anything. There's no
It
life
it's
to
not,
cure.
It's not fair. You have to just try harder.
I cast Spare the Dying. And yeah, it has less than 0 hit points, so I don't think anything. Like you see a little wash of color, but it doesn't. The wash of reddish flame color doesn't even touch his skin. It just nothing. It's nothing. It's
Okay, then,
Ashanti. I'm
I'm
sorry. Can't.
Is there anything? No, it's my fault. I should have made him go. I should have pushed him away from the battle. It's not your fault. It's my fault. But
It's not your fault
not your
either.
fault
He
either.
chose to stay behind.
is there anything we can do, Hulla? I mean, is there?
I think we bring him back to the Temple of Hades. I think I can't do anything. I'm just a novice, but maybe someone else. Maybe there's a cleric there who has I mean, those things cost diamonds. I know, resurrection spells that you can. If someone's really dead and you can bring them back.
Then
it costs money, but it might be worth a try.
Geist, you said that we could talk to this person about treasure.
Yeah,
we need treasure.
That might be treasure. It might be our only way, but for now, I don't think.
Actually,
carrying Barritomus with us seems foolish, but leaving him behind also seems foolish.
Maybe
at
we
least
can
just
take him
leaving.
back to East Haven and come back now that we know where she is.
I mean, with the danger of traveling on the water, I'm not sure if that's.
do we need to rest before we go? Maybe.
I mean,
I can help you.
Hello?
Your friend.
Are you willing
to have... Well, that's what thieves get for going through my pantry.
Are you willing to come out and talk about it?
You can come to me. Dinner is almost served.
Do we have promise of safe passage? You're not going to try to kill us?
No, I feel as though we can make a deal, perhaps. Our
Guys.
survival are mutually beneficial.
Do you happen to know the Pale Lady?
I know of her, yes.
Okay. She told us to come talk to you.
Come in, yes. Follow the light.
Yeah.
My light will guide you in.
Gosh, darn it.
Sure enough, you see suddenly appearing almost right next to your dancing lights is a bobbing creature of kind of ethereal energy. You can see it right there above the bridge.
Right.
It kind of bobs back and forth, and then kind of weaves over underneath the bridge.
If this is a way to save Barritomus and it's a way to get what we came for, I guess we have no choice. Though,
Do you really think?
as Geist is carrying the other body, Geist is just going to go put the other body in here for the time being in the bed, just so it's at least out the way.
Yeah, sure. As you're doing that, actually, you definitely do hear her voice again, almost like she's seeing through this creature, knowing what's happening. You hear her say, "Oh no, bring your sleeping friend as well."
Oh, I meant the dead fisherman body that I was putting in there. We'll bring Barritomus.
Oh, yes, no,
Yeah.
I'm done with them.
Yeah.
Is Barritomus frozen solid like an ice cube, or is he still flexible? Is he just can I sling him over my shoulder
He's
and walk with
not
him?
flexible. No, he feels like he's had like rigor mortis completely over him, but he's cold to the touch as well. Like his veins and his organs have all turned to ice.
Barritomus is quite short, right? What if we like tie him to Hulla's back like a backpack?
Sure.
You can carry him, I guess.
You could also just tie them up in rope and lower them down. Either way, it's not much of an issue if you want to get down from the bridge.
Yeah. Right. Let's go talk to more Chisselbone.
This is not a good idea.
No, it's not. But
we owe it to Barry to at least try. I
mean, there is one other thing I could try. And I just sort of speak to Ghost. When the other ghost possessed the mariner, they sort of brought him back, and he sort of still had a semblance of himself. Is that something you can do, or are you stuck with me?
I'm not stuck with you. But this one is frozen still. Paralyzed.
So if we
I would have
unfroze
a
him,
hard time animating them.
so if we unfroze them somehow,
It would be tricky.
okay.
This Barritomus, I sense they are already tied to something else.
Ah, yes. Right, that makes a certain sense. I tried, guys. The Pale Lady can't help because Barritomus is tied to something else, and also he's unanimatable with being in his icy state.
Right. Okay, I mean that...
Okay.
I'm guessing wherever his
Right.
magical powers
Do-
come from, because I don't really get
Guys,
magic.
do we want to leave Hulla and Barritomus behind, and you and I can go figure out what's in this light, or
Well,
we all stick
the
together?
the voice
I don't like
said
the idea of anybody going on their own.
the voice
Think.
said to bring Barritomus, and as the deal's about Barritomus, he might be necessary for.
There's enough stew for all of you.
Yeah.
What kind of stew?
Okay, well, if we're gonna do it, let's get this done. Get her done. Get her done.
Get her
Okay.
done.
Feel free to move your tokens and explore the icy cavern.
I've apparently got
Follow the
the lights
light.
following me.
Yeah.
Since we've gotten to a still point, I assume that my rope slithered down immediately below me. So if we're all crawling back down the ice, I'd like to pick my rope back up again, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'll have to
definitely.
buy a new one.
Well, we had the grapple hook rope.
We have the we should leave that in
Right.
place.
But when
Yeah, you can take
you
your
first
rope.
went through the water, I was trying
You've
to
got it back.
brace. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. See the little light bobbing around, flitting from the sides of the cave, trying to pull you down this way.
I'm actually just going to
Oh,
look
this
where the
is
frozen
such a bad
statue,
idea in so
frozen
many
thing was,
ways.
because I didn't actually see it.
Oh god.
So, just whilst I'm walking, was that undead thing like the guard of your pantry? As I'm assuming this place is your pantry where I am.
Yes, that's my pantry.
Where are you?
I'm in the place of all the
Follow the
corpses.
light. Follow the light. You're
Oh,
almost there.
I'm just waiting for the others to catch up. I'm more used to traveling on the ice than they are. That's my excuse for guys being so far ahead.
I'm just moving really slowly, that's all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna turn around to Barritomus's body and say, "You're lucky. I like you more than I like that axe that Frost Giant was carrying." And I'm gonna keep dragging him on.
Who are you talking to back there? Come on.
Barritomus.
Oh.
Until he's warm and dead, he's not dead.
Mind your
I was
step. I don't want you to squash any of my other snacks.
Ugh.
all right. I'm gonna go look at the ice cave that the Frost Giant was in, just because I'm curious about whether or not there's anything else in there that I can see, or if there's anything around the cage that might give us a clue as to what we're up against.
There doesn't look to be anything else over the
Okay.
small alcove, aside from the shards of ice that have scattered everywhere.
Okay. All right then. I don't know what that brown stuff is, but I'm gonna avoid it. All right.
You hear the crunching of your footfalls across the bones. And Hulla, you're nearly there.
Really kind of want to go see what is the other way, but I'll
As
follow the
you
light.
come... Here you go. Let's move.
Okay, which way did the light go, Geist?
This way, down the stairs.
As you enter into this much larger cave, you can see there is a light source in the center, a great cauldron bubbling away some stew. There is a big stone platform that kind of like rises up to it, so that whoever uses it can like climb to the top and drop things in. There is around the actual layer, there seems to be hatchets and other tools, bloody instruments that have been used to carve up meat. There is a kind of a trough in which you can see flayed pieces of meat sort of floating around. And yeah, the stench is possibly overwhelming. Rotten flesh, some sort of sickly spice that's been added to it, but it's disgusting. There's also kind of a rusty smell as well. Those hatchets, they've clearly been weather damaged as well.
For some odd reason, I am suddenly not hungry.
That wasn't anyway.
You hear
Yeah,
the voice. You
I
hear
don't
the
think
voice closer now. What do you mean? The stew is piping hot. Trust me,
I
I've
just lost a
added
friend.
faith.
I don't eat well after I've lost a friend. I'm sorry.
That I understand. Yeah. Your friend met my friend. We've both lost a friend this day. Most
That's
tragic indeed.
one way to look at it.
Did your friend have a name?
Who? Oh, yes, the giant. I'm sure he had one in life. Something like Little Ulf. Yes, Little Ulf was his name. Now,
Well,
I feel as though we can put our differences aside. You've killed one of my friends. My friend's killed one of yours. We're even in a sort of sense. You can hear the voices much closer now. Somewhere near, like, a tray. She seems to be, like, carving tools, sharpening things. And as you see this hunched, cloaked figure turn around, there is a decrepit old woman. She's wearing tattered furs to stave off the cold. And she looks over towards you all. Welcome, welcome. My name is Maud. Maud Chiselbone, she says as she finishes sharpening off a bone saw. She uses it to pick her teeth as she steps over towards the cauldron. And those who can see her face illuminated can make a... I think it's an intelligence investigation check. So that'd be everyone, basically. Everyone make an investigation check.
Yes, the
Did I
glorious.
get lucky? Didn't get lucky.
I mean, I managed to get I managed to get a 0 on. So
Nice.
But I have Eyes of the Grave, and I can sense the undead. Can I?
She's not undead.
She's not undead. Okay.
No. But if you have got that, there is a little light source that has been floating and leading you this whole way.
Yes.
That is undeath. Like, that is a spirit of some kind.
Okay.
And you can see it bobbing up and down and around her. It's just, you can see it here.
Okay, I have to roll to do this to get it rid of.
where's Barritomus' spirit?
As for 607, they can see their true form under the light of this cauldron that's bubbling away. And it is the most disgusting, sickly creature they've ever seen. This greyish purple flesh, bulging eyes that seldom blink, and stringy black hair interwoven with finger bone. But to you, you simply see kind of an old woman living out in this cave. But just because 607 can, I'll show you what she truly looks like.
Oh, wait. We know who she might be related to. Think we met them in another lifetime.
Maybe.
Like a dream I had once.
The cauldron itself is it's carved in like these cool like carvings. They're like embossed with strange satyrs with ladles. They all seem to be like dancing around in some sort of revelry or feast. The smell coming from the stew is, like I said, pretty foul. But it's only added even more foul as you see a string of intestines being drawn from a nearby table, and you can actually see a human head with a hatchet buried in the top of it as well, most likely another one of the fishermen. And she says, "Now, if you would like to each grab a bowl, I'm sure we can discuss this deal over a nice warm meal."
Um, m- my grandmother would have said never to waste food ever. That was the worst thing you could do, but I really am not hungry. I'm sorry. I'm very distraught about losing a friend, and I just I couldn't eat if I had to.
My tribal custom prevents me from eating any form of meat within 3 days of a comrade dying. It's a fasting period in mourning.
607 states that he doesn't need to eat.
I just don't like eating humans. I'm sorry, that's against my religion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the human part you have something to.
Well, for me, yes. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't mean to be offensive, but I've sworn an oath.
I see. I see. Well, it's just the stew is very bland otherwise, but I can understand. No matter. I will enjoy my own whilst you weigh up the options here.
Don't let us stop you.
What
No,
are the
no.
options?
Well, I see your friend has met a very cold, timely end. Or perhaps they're just sleeping. They kind of get closer and hover near them, and you see the strange undead globe of light follow closer. You know it's a will-o-wisp at this point. And it hovers near his face. And yeah, once again, you can see Barry's eyes kind of glazed over with ice. "Oh dear, dear, met with a frost giant's gaze. Ooh. Well, that would be unfortunate. If it wasn't reversible, that is." She sort of
How
wanders back and starts sipping on her soup.
how is it reversible?
Ooh, what will it cost?
That's a better question. Chiselbone knows many things. I have seen them. In the bone. In the carving. Magic's lost to time. Frozen beneath the ice. But yes, cost. Cost is of utmost importance. You see, bringing back a life from the everlasting Rime is most tricky indeed. If only there were some way that I could work together with other spellcasters. Like myself, of course.
Do you mean like
I'm sorry.
people like you? Because we have some spells, but not. I think anything that you're looking for.
No, true.
Mm, mm.
And the Church of Hades, oh, they've fallen on hard times, haven't they?
Everybody has around here, I think. Yeah, yeah.
I doubt there's anyone in the lands more powerful than, well, than Auril herself, perhaps. And she's an uncaring, unforgiving goddess. Especially when one is consumed by the cold. That would be a fitting death in her eyes, but there is a way. I know. See her, like, gesture towards her bulging eyes. But I will need from you to complete a task.
And what task would that be?
You're from 10 Towns, aren't you? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Well, no, I mean, not originally, but that's kind of where we're coming
Only
from.
recently. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is word that Oriel herself has been kidnapping those in the night, freezing them, making them disappear. I've heard of one such event. Not too far from here. East of Goodmead. A
We,
poor mother.
Are you talking about the sacrifices?
No,
No, you're talking about the owl person
the owl
descending from the
thing.
sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That. Unfortunately, a mother has recently been taken. Goodmead are paralyzed in fear to go out to the farm to investigate. But there's still a whole family out there. A father and 2 children.
Okay, so you bring Barritomus back to life and we go get the family. What's the catch?
You don't want to eat the family, do you? Because that's definitely not allowed by my religion.
I need those children to bring back your friend.
In what
Can
way
we
do you
ask the
need them?
details?
She sighs and gestures to her little bony trinkets around her neck. And you see there are actually like 3 sort of idols of sorts. And she
Mhm.
plucks one and like balances it on the kind of edge of the cauldron and says, "Alone, I cannot do much. Isolation is... It's a grim fate for all who live in Icewindale. Ah!" And she plucks the other 2 idols from her neck and places them around the cauldron, one on each kind of edge. So they form like a triangle. But together I can access a greater depth of the weave. A spell that will bring your friend back.
So what are you going to do with the children to cast a spell?
She's gonna turn them into her coven thing, right? That's what you mean, isn't it? That you're gonna use the children to be your...
They will. They will help me bring back your friend.
That's a no from me. I'm sorry, Ashanti. We can't
I would
I don't
sacrifice
think
2 children to save Barry.
I think Barry
Just
would think the same thing. I do. Geist, what do you think?
I Geist sort of considers this for a moment.
Perhaps I ask too much. I can offer you more. I have no need for earthly wealth, coin or gem alike. There is a treasure I know of. That is why you came here. My little wisp overheard you speaking. A treasure in the 100. More gold than you will have ever seen in one place.
If 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 you are going to sell yourself for 100, then you might as well sell yourself for 1. Because it's the same thing. You're selling yourself. We've already declined the offer of bringing children in against their will to become something that they don't want to be, or that we don't know they want to be.
They are
if you had,
orphans. Their mother has been taken from them. This
Good
cruel
point, though,
world
eh?
has left them out in the cold, and not even Goodmead will go and help them. They're stranded out there on their little farm, alone, cold. You would be saving them from a far worse fate.
I still think we should go out and get them. But I
Already
think the
done that.
choice to join you or not is theirs to make. It is not ours to make.
Very well.
So
But
you have
do
to
think
decide.
do think about the extra. In the depths of Lackdinashire, the White Lady's treasure still lay underwater. Under the freezing cold water, might I add. I know where it is. I could go fish it up for you.
What would you want in exchange for that? Seems
The children is, I think, what she's asking for.
I'm merely
And
trying to... And she grabs a shaker from the side and sprinkles some into the soup, into the stew, and says, I'm merely trying to sweeten the deal. Slurps on the stew.
yeah, I still think we should go get the children, but I still think that they should have total autonomy. If this is something that they want, then I will not stand in the way. But if this is something that they don't want, then
they're
I'm
children. They
not
can't
going to
make that
force
decision
them.
on their own. No, we can't let children anywhere. Who knows what she'll promise them? She'll promise to bring their parents back, and they'll do anything. We can't let them be in charge of that decision for their own lives. We have to keep them away.
But children can
Ashanti.
choose to be apprentices. They can choose to
Not while they're
work.
grieving their parents. She's no, I don't think so. We can go and rescue them, but we're not going to bring them to this kind of temptation. When they're grown,
Well, the first.
when they're no longer children, they can choose to come and be apprentices here. But sorry, Miss Chiselbone, I just that children are different than adults. They can't make those decisions on their own. Sometimes we have to make decisions for them.
I'm
This
afraid
is
I can't bring back your friend if they are older. They must be children.
Then there's really nothing else we can offer you. No task we can. No other task. Nothing else we can give you.
It is the children that I require in order to complete the spell. I want to help you, but I need those to help me. Else, I'm helpless.
If we say no, will you let us leave freely?
You may stew on this deal, I suppose, but
How
just
long do we
think.
have to make a decision?
Well, just think about all the good you could do if you brought back your friend. All the good that could come from all of that gold. Sometime, a small sacrifice must be made for the rest to prosper.
I know my decision.
Oh, I will not stand against you, Hulla. Um, you are, after all, our cleric, and clerics should be the heart and soul of a group, whether it's a group of adventurers or a group of farmers. So if you're telling us that this is wrong, then this is wrong.
Well,
There are some sacrifices that shouldn't be made. That
How old are these children?
My harpies reported they were perhaps one was about 6 years old, the other a little younger, I believe.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right, Hulla. They're far too young to make any kind of decision like this on their own.
she'll promise them something. Pardon me, Miss Chiselbone. It's what I would do in your position. She'll promise them to bring back their parents, but she won't tell them, or they won't have the ability to understand what it will really cost, and that it won't be like it was. Nothing can bring back their parents the way it was.
There was no sign of the mother. My harpies reported the symbol of Oril in the farm. A 6-pointed snowflake made of ice.
How about this? Is there anything that she could promise that would say she cannot? Can we say we'll bring the children here if she doesn't lie to them or promise them anything beyond her immediate capacity to do?
No, not for me.
in
I don't think anything is worth bringing those children to this place.
Okay.
Even Barry's life. I'm sorry.
whilst I would
Barry
much
is.
like to bring Barry back, the dead should remain dead. We should respect that. And also, I do not, considering how hard it was for us to travel across this lake to get here, I do not think children would be able to safely make that journey. We'd be putting their very lives at risk to bring them here for a decision they may not want to make.
Well, we're going to have to take them somewhere.
Then
So
we'll
you and
take them
We
to
bring
one
them
of the
to other
towns.
humans.
I did not
Okay.
kill both by harpies. Maybe they would have been able to fly them over here, but alas.
Yeah, maybe if they were fed properly.
Will you?
But other
Well,
than the
we need to at
children,
least.
is there anything that we can offer in exchange for you getting the treasure for us? Because that does not require magical capabilities like bringing back the dead. It should not be something that is outside your power.
Hey. So you place the gold in greater value than your own friend's life?
I place the lives of all as equal. His life is not more valuable than those of 2 children. And as I said, the dead should remain dead, and we should respect their spirit and allow it to move on.
I see. What about one child, the eldest?
No. 6 years old? No.
I think they were. Let me check my notes.
I will not bring any children here. I will take them. If anything, I will take them to one of the churches to take them in. That is at least what religions are meant to do, help people.
That's what they do. Their outreach.
And the
That's what they're
church
supposed to do.
and the church in East Haven at least owes us a favour for exposing the corruption that was in.
But I still want to ask if are we allowed to leave here if we don't make a decision with you?
As long as you don't come back with ill intentions. I've been a generous host I feel.
You've been understanding,
Yeah.
certainly.
We've got
Can't-
most of what we came for. However, the
As for
treasure is part of
little
what we
Ulf,
came for.
I do hope there's nothing personal about little Ulf. They were on guard duty.
I mean, perhaps a warning on the wall, don't come down here or my frost giant undead thing will try to kill you would be nice. You know,
Oh,
it just
yeah.
looks like a cave.
Yes,
Didn't know.
I'll make sure to write a message in blood.
Sure,
Next
why
time.
would
not?
certainly
It
send a
seems
message.
fitting.
You're going to find the family on their farm?
That will be something that we intend to do, yes. I think. But
It's not hard to find it. Just go east of Goodmead. There you will find the Kelson farm.
The Kelson
Right.
farm. Why are you
Yeah.
telling us this?
Oh. I'm eager to see if, once you have the answer, the key in your hand.
if we will use it to open the lock that you have presented.
Precisely. If you wish, I can keep your friend here on ice. It might buy you a little bit more time.
I think it would be best to take him to his own people and see he has a fitting burial.
Yes.
See.
I mean, he may not have been at times the nicest of people, referring to us simply as numbers when we first met, but I don't even think he would trade his life for those of 2 children. I think more of him than that. However...
What about one child?
No.
No, we've already discussed this.
Oh.
However...
If you're willing to sell yourself out, it's only a matter of haggling for price. We're not willing to sell ourselves out. Therefore, there's no price that you can offer us that would change the opinion.
Haggle the price, did you say?
Yes.
See what you did there.
How...
Well...
In exchange for the treasure, or you getting the treasure, how would be us presenting you with something that might help give your stew some kick that isn't human flesh?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, I have a hunk of cheese, which I always find works well with stew, or I have some lovely, very well fermented fish sealed in a silver tin.
If I wanted those, I could go loot the treasure myself and buy all those goods.
True, but then you would have to go get the treasure, go all the way there, buy the goods. I mean, this is, it's being handed to you on in this case, a silver tin.
Is there anything other than human lives that you want?
I'm afraid it's not what I want, but what the weave demands. The world orders. It is simply a life for another.
What about let's say we're not talking about our friend here. Let's just talk about the treasure then. In exchange for the treasure, what can we bring you back? That isn't a human life.
I have no need for gold or trinkets, so...
Meat?
She comes around from the other side of the cauldron and gets a closer look at you all. Yes, meat. And
Polar bear?
she extends a finger and points towards your face.
Well, what about all the trout, the knucklehead trout that you just recently
I think
acquired.
she has a very specific taste, don't you, Maud?
I do. Perhaps meat from your eye will work.
How about one of my fingers?
A bone? Bone could work. What about those tusks of yours?
For me? You
Our
the treasure?
teeth? You want to take our teeth?
I don't
Yes,
get
I
what
could
for,
chisel them
but
up into a nice pair of dice.
I mean, I have a set of bone dice if you're interested.
Oh, see. Oh, these dice would be more special. It'd be part of a sort of a bargain.
Ah,
And they wouldn't grow back.
hmm.
Well,
Uh,
I'll tell you what. Why don't you go save the Kelson family? I'll ruminate on what other potential thing I could be after. You come back here and with or without the children is your choice. If you come back with the children, then we can cut a deal for both your friend's return and the treasure. If you come back without the children, then I will have figured out what I could offer, what I could, what task I could offer you.
Understood.
I can agree to that.
Are we free to explore the rest of your cave? Just in case, I don't know if there's anything that isn't in your pantry that we can just have a look at, you know.
You may have a little look in the hot springs, though they're not very hot anymore. But yes, you can feel free to
Which
look
way
around.
to the hot springs?
Do you see the light beginning to bob away, float around the corner?
I mean, Geist is curious because it's supposed to be where frost giants sacrifice themselves, so there'll be a lot of like spiritual energy, I guess. So he's at least. Plus, he also.
As you come into this dark and icy cave, you realize where the river ends in this massive kind of lake. It's all cracked and broken, but as you kind of stand over the ice, you can see clearly down into it. There are dark silhouettes of massive skeletons. They don't seem to be wearing armor or belongings like the others, almost as if perhaps they were stripped naked and then submerged themselves. They all seem to be in almost like distorted, like contorted positions of pain or agony, but there are about 3 of them you can see.
Is that like a massive spear sticking out of the ice, or is that under the ice, like here?
That looks like a crack in the ice.
Oh, okay. It's just from the like a distance, almost like a massive spear. Huh.
You certainly do feel like there is maybe a ghostly connection here. There are people that, or rather giants, that willingly sacrifice themselves. But there's no response or information from the White Lady. This was way before her time.
Yes.
And you can see where the river would have once flowed into a cave, but that too is sort of frozen over.
Oh.
There is another dead spider down in this corner.
And I'm guessing that's a dead. No, goes a bit further. Yeah, dead.
Dead end, yeah.
But what particularly annoys me, if I'm understanding this correctly, if we had gone the other way on the river.
Yes. and you would have encountered the hag first, and she would have summoned little Ulf to fight you if you had been, if it had fought
Yeah,
the
if we'd
hag or
been
something,
hostile, but
yeah, right. But yes, there are ways, many ways in.
Which I suppose, in a roundabout way, means it's Barritomus' fault he died because he's the one who summoned the weird, which made us go that way. I'm joking, of course.
Did you see the sacred spring?
Yes.
It was once filled with steaming mineral water,
Assuming
overflowing.
there isn't a cost to this, why did the frost giants drown themselves?
Yeah, a mystery of the giants, I suppose. Now
That wasn't
frozen
your
and lost to
doing?
time. Oh, no. They were like that long before I arrived. Well, they were skeletons at the bottom, but the river and the pool froze over once the Rime began, and it will likely remain so until its everlasting spell ends. But on clear nights, when the moonlight shines through an opening in the ceiling, it illuminates the pool. The minerals have a sort of icy, cloudy, bright blue texture and color. And you sometimes see, faintly entombed in the ice, the faint outlines of their ghostly form, barely visible. There's 4 of them down there, I believe. I've counted.
Wait, 4 frost giants?
Dead
Yeah.
ones beneath the ice.
Oh, I somehow thought there would be like. It looked from the. Never mind. It looked from the drawing like there was a lot of them. Like they were all going in there. But you say
That?
you didn't have anything to do with that?
No,
You
these
didn't
are
make them
ancient caves.
more ancient than you?
Yes.
They must be something surprising indeed. Well, may I ask, just out of conversation, how do you feel about the everlasting winter that's been happening? Are you, do you enjoy it? Do you want to see the end of it like others do? You want the return back to the natural cycles of life and death?
I'm used to the dismal environment. It's not all bad. Depends, really, I suppose. For 10 towns, I can understand it's a change to their very way of life. For me, I'm used to the hopelessness of winter. Something beautiful about it. That creeping despair. And I've got by just fine. So long as there's still food that wanders around, I can survive.
Speaking of your food, have you finished with that fisherman there?
Oh,
As you said,
what?
as you said, we could have the other one. So I was wondering if we could take that body back as well. People want.
I believe I've got everything I can from it. Yes.
Okay. Geist will just
If you really must.
Geist will go over and take the body and
It's more of just like a head at this point.
Yeah, he'll take the head. And
as you put your hand on the head, she places her hand over the top of yours, and where you normally see like kind of old wrinkly hand, you instead feel a cold, kind of almost like it feels like seaweed and you can feel the claws kind of wrap around your hand and dig into it slightly. And he looks at you right really close, says, "Yes, take this as a gift of goodwill. And perhaps, maybe, you can sway your friends to do the right thing.
I will
Make
certainly
the right
consider
decision."
it, as in exchange for the head, I place the piece of cheese down on the table and walk away.
She raises an eyebrow and sniffs it.
It's good cheese, made from the finest, whatever it is, caribou, I think they hunt across the reindeer, some sort of deer.
It's either goat or reindeer cheese.
Yep. Blessed with the power of the legendary claws.
She picks it up and places it into one of the shelves, where you hear the many rattling of other bones.
Oh.
She looks over across the rest of the party. Do keep in mind our deal. You may have still a few days before it is too late.
Understood.
Yes. I
A 10-day to be exact.
10 days.
After that, your friend is simply beyond anything. Oral will have claimed this, or
your understanding is appreciated. I know there are probably many things you could have done to I don't know, make that deal sweeter, make it difficult for us, or even attack us. But I respect your honor in respecting our refusal.
she nods.
I'll tell anyone I meet that you deal with them fairly.
With that,
anyone who asks, that is. I'm just going to go around, talking about it randomly. That'd be weird.
Just as a quick question. In exchange for the treasure, if we bring you another humanoid body, would that be of satisfactory trade for the treasure?
She seems to be weighing it up, like almost like not really. It would have to be a lot of bodies, you see. Yeah. Or maybe even a steady income.
Ooh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know if we can promise that. But,
well,
not even for hundreds of gold?
Well,
simply just a little delivery.
And Geist is gonna hesitate and then say, the East Haven is the nearest town to here, correct?
Yeah.
They send out someone once a month. Could you not just take them?
Oh, no. I dare not interfere with oral sacrifices. No, they become something else.
Understood. Well, we shall, you have our gratitude for your hospitality, and we shall, be on our way. Because we had...
Would you like a bowl to go? She
No,
hovers
thank
Not
over.
for me, thank you.
Picking up another.
I'm
By the
trying to
way,
imagine.
as she does this, you see the cauldron suddenly bubble back to life. Like she's been drinking from it this whole time, and it's gone down slightly. But now it suddenly refuels, like with this. It could just be the bubbles that have like made it look like it's rising back, but sure enough, it feels as though the entire cauldron is suddenly filled back to the brim, and almost overflows, and you can hear like simmers of it as it's is it falls onto the fire, like, and everyone can make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Ghost's vast knowledge of magic will come in handy here.
I'll do
Yeah.
one for 607 too. Because he's actually proficient.
Yes, a cold from that bubbles. That's very magical.
That's a shame 607 to get higher. You can also add guidance to any
Okay.
one of these rolls.
I'll
you
add guidance to, I guess, Ashanti's makes most sense.
Yeah. Go ahead. 16. All right.
16.
To Shanti, there was absolutely some sort of magical summoning of food, but you didn't see Maud Chiselbone cast a spell, speak an incantation, or anything of the such. Whatever that magic was, it was innate to the cauldron itself. That and the clearly like specialized design over the cauldron. I'll show you again the image. How there's these satyrs like kind of cavorting and reveling in the fact that there's this almost this endless feast. It seems like that's almost some sort of magical item that can replenish
Okay.
you, but
I'm not going to tell my friends while we're in front of her.
of course.
So
Yeah.
we'll get, once we're away a little bit, then I will say it reminds me of something out of one of the tales the guards of the Thousand Head Coster would have told. It
All
looks like something magical to me, and that's what I would tell them when we're far away from her.
Yeah.
Okay.
But before
What
we
was your
came in,
names before you go?
my name is my own, and I will keep it to myself.
I meant as a group.
Oh, well, I've been considering this for a while. I don't know if anyone else agrees, but considering we've been trekking so much across Icewindale, I was thinking just the Icewind Trekkers seemed kind of appropriate. Kind of flows nicely.
Yes, and it's much nicer than the bringers of chaos and destruction.
Yes, it rolls off the tongue much smoothly, and it sounds, just like we're trekking across Icewind doing stuff. It kind of, I think it fits. What do you think, Hulla?
That works for me. Yeah, we've certainly been doing a lot of trekking across the ice.
Well, we'll
Through
go
the
with
ice.
that. Yeah, we'll
Carpeted
go with
ice.
Very
we'll go
well.
with that until we think of anything better. We're the Icewind Trekkers.
Well then, be a bit more careful where you trek next time, Icewind Trekkers.
We certainly will. And as I said, if you don't want your pantry invaded, maybe put a sign, build a door. If that would count, I will happily find, like, if I can get the wood, I could build you a door to like the pantry, and then you could put a lock on it, and then people couldn't come in as easily.
Oh, but then no one would hear my beautiful singing when they're exploring the cave.
We could put some gaps in it, like a bars like part of the way up, so your singing still goes through.
I see.
And you could set up some traps if you wanted, to like weaken your prey.
Geist, I think it's time for us to stop talking and go.
I'm just trying to get her onto her good side without handing over children.
I'm gonna take 607's arm and kind of make a little sort of half bow and sort of hustle him out the door, or out the exit of the tunnel, out of her view.
And I guess
Time to get out of here.
Since I still have since I picked my rope back up, can I tie it around Barritomus in a way that would let me drag him more efficiently than pulling him and inching backwards?
Yeah, sure. In fact, Chiselbone offers to help you with this. She has lots of other rope you can use. And maybe even
you
like
know,
a wooden tray you can stick him on.
Wooden tray's not a bad
I
idea.
yeah, it's not. I'm just I don't want to incur any debt on his behalf or ours. So I'm gonna have to say thank you so much, but I don't want to incur debt for something as simple as this.
Well, we've got plenty of rope. We'll tie him to a shanty's back, like, and I'll carry your
see.
glaive, I guess.
Oh,
Right, we'll be on our way.
It was interesting meeting you, my
Yeah,
lady.
Farewell.
yeah. What's up this other way in the cave? What kind of? I'm just a curious fellow. You know, there's another tunnel up this
up
way.
that way. Oh, it
Yeah.
just loops around back to the lake.
That's
yeah.
fair. Well, let's this. We had a long rest just before we came in here, right? Because we got interrupted by the heart piece,
Did
but
Yeah,
then we
yeah, we did, and that allowed us to recover from the harpies. But it's we've been in here for a while. I don't even know if it's lunchtime yet.
yeah, I mean that was sort of what I was thinking. Like, is it too late in the day to try to travel back, or
Oh Lord.
Yeah, what time is it, Chris?
Can we tell by the sun?
I should quickly pause you guys as you're rushing up there. When Maud Chiselbone knelt down to go to help you pick up all the Barritomus, and you stop her. You see her also notice something on his person, and she very blatantly goes to reach for it to take it, and it's the strange item, one of many strange items that Barritomus carries, but this one in particular was one of the first things you saw because it was what opened up that portal that Barritomus kind of fell out of, and the portal sort of closed in around and collapsed in on this trinket before it fell to the snow, still kind of glowing and spinning around.
Well,
And he's
I
been
didn't
wearing.
think we knew what caused the portal.
You saw many things fly out of it, but there was this one like flying thin spinning thing that collapsed, and it's been on Barry's form ever
I
since.
think if I would have seen her try to steal something,
Looks
I
like
would
that.
have
Chat.
looked at her and said, "Nope."
But,
But
oh,
he may need
excuse
that.
me. Just a peculiar looking thing.
It is berries, and I believe we're going to bring them back. And um,
You
so
think so?
he may need it. Where
Hmm.
there's a will,
Or
there's a
his
way.
or his survivors. Yep.
Very well, very well. She like peels herself away from the rest of the group and goes back to the cauldron. And she clicks her fingers, and you see the little wisp fly away as well. Okay. As you head your way back out of the caves, I must drag you back up onto the tunnel here. Breeze 607 with his lights as well. Okay. You get back up to the top cave, and are you making your way out of it? Correct?
yeah, or head
Yeah.
out through this way? Because I think we worked out that was a short way out. I think.
Mm-hmm. All right. It's as you get to about there, guys, is when you almost come around the corner. You bump straight into this. Face to face, you see the snarling jowls of an incredibly large direwolf that suddenly raises its haunches and growls in your direction. And its eyes seem to be locked on that of perhaps the body of Barritomus, maybe seeing it as perhaps like an easy meal or something. You can see by the kind of body of the wolf that it's clearly starving. It's like slightly emaciated, but it doesn't seem to be any less ferocious and dangerous. And it suddenly just growls in your direction as you're face to face with it.
I just realized that this is supposed to be a... Is this, for my ability, is this meant to be charisma-based rather than wisdom-based for the animal handling?
No, wisdom.
No, it's just in the actual skill it says charisma for some reason.
Oh.
So...
Okay, yeah, no, it should be wisdom.
I'm going to raise a hand up towards it, because I'm thinking within 10 feet looking at it. And
Are you making something howl on the
Yes.
feed? Oh, thank God! I thought my cats were fighting.
No, this is the direwolf that lets out this kind of wheezing,
Okay.
emaciated howl. It's so hungry, and it looks like it would be willing to give up its life if it can just get a single meal.
I would be willing to give it my rations if it's hungry.
yeah,
If Geist can talk to it, I have plenty of rations, and I even can make a meal that might actually heal it on a short rest.
yeah. Geist sort of considers this because he has the dead body of one of the fishermen over his shoulder and the head in the other. Sort of puts the head down behind him. He's going to gonna sort of raise up a hand towards the wolf and be like, and just sort of try to make it not hostile towards us, basically just whispering towards it in as he does.
Give me a animal handling check.
Just whack the head off the fisherman so we've got the head and give him the body. We don't need to drag the body around.
As exhausted as you are and overcome with the hardship that you've just lost one of your allies and couldn't come to a conclusion, or couldn't come to a deal, this must be weighing heavily on your mind, guys. And somehow, though, despite these setbacks, the wolf's eyes, you kind of gain his attention by kind of getting closer to it and blocking the view of the rest of your allies and the bodies. And the wolf suddenly kind of lowers its haunches slightly, and its gritted fangs and canines slowly close.
And I will... As Geist sort of considers what Hulla said, and then is good. But with how he feels about the dead, he's not going to. He will say, "We mean you no harm, friend. And if you travel into this cave just beyond the bridge of ice, there are the bodies of spiders that should at least be able to sate your hunger for a little while. But we need to take these with us." I know it doesn't directly understand me, but I'm just trying to convey that sort of thing.
If it's a body, just keep the head.
Aren't you the wolf guy? Isn't this your
Exactly?
tribe?
Exactly. That's why.
Seem to fully understand what you're explaining, like in another room, other bodies. It doesn't seem to know what you're saying, but it does look again to perhaps your pack. You can see it's sniffing, and it's looking towards your packs, towards the bodies that you're carrying. You can smell the fresh scent of blood.
I pull out probably from my rations some dried meats and stuff and chuck them towards the wolf.
Geist, we don't need the body. Give him the body.
No.
We just need the head.
I don't care what we need. We do not desecrate bodies. I do not desecrate bodies, at least.
I think we have to respect that. I don't see any problem with it, but if
How
he
many
does, then
rations?
I'll give
How
it
many
2
rations did you
days
say?
worth.
Okay, 2 days. It looks quite substantial as it catches them in its jaws, or at least one of them. The other kind of falls to the ground. And it creeps forward slightly, clawed, bloodied paws against the ground, and then leans in, keeping its eyes still on you guys. Grabs the other pack of rations in its mouth, and slowly backs away. You can hear it suddenly leap and scramble down the side of the caves, but it doesn't sound like it skitters across the ice. You can hear it like bound and leap and skitter across another side of the cliff, and you can hear it like climbing up back into the cave somewhere.
okay. Well, I don't know
Go.
why do you think it's been living here? It seems like a not safe place to. Anyway, not our problem right now.
I mean, it's a wolf by itself. It's already in danger no matter where it is. Lone wolves tend not to last long.
Are you sure it's alone? There could be others.
It might have cubs or something. It seemed to skitter off towards a cave quite rapidly with that food. It might be going to feed its young. That might be why it's desperate. But
Okay.
either way, human flesh is not good for wolves, and we shouldn't encourage them to eat human flesh.
Come
We're
back
all
out.
desperate in these days, it seems like.
I agree. Maybe we should just keep moving.
Yes, I mean, now that we're outside, can we estimate what sort of time it is and also what the weather's like, I guess? Because if the weather's shit,
Good lord, it's a blizzard again.
Ugh.
The weather is just not abating. Freezing cold outside. You feel the winds again, tearing and howling at you.
traveling through the blizzard, now that we don't have, I mean, we do have a deadline to get
It's
But we no
still
longer lives on
morning.
the line.
well,
Okay.
I suppose there's the lives of the children, but I think it might be best to retreat further into the cave and just try to camp here until maybe tomorrow, and hopefully the weather will be better.
Agreed.
But traveling across the lake in a blizzard seems stupid at this point, and none of us were
Maybe
in our full state.
maybe my tomorrow might be in something other than a blizzard. Something like
Yes. The weather in particular seems to be against us more than most things at the moment. In fact, we've had so many
was all.
blizzards. But yeah, so
So, can we go back to our original camp? Um, do we
I
want
mean,
to
we could.
move the camp somewhere else?
I mean, we
I'm
could.
sorry, Chris, what time of day did you say it was?
So it's actually still early because you got up
Okay.
first thing and then went into the caves. So it's only been about 4 hours.
Do we
You
want to
didn't
try
take
to
a short
move
rest
the
in there,
camp?
did you?
No.
No, we didn't.
I
I
mean,
offered
Maybe
to,
less than that.
I
I know there
mean,
was a lot of talking though that did eat
yeah.
up a lot of time and exploration. So
The
it's probably
weather.
about 12.
Yeah.
okay,
The weather wasn't terrible when we originally went in, was it? Like it
It
wasn't
was heavy
great.
snow.
It was heavy snow. And how often does the weather change, or is the dice roll
Okay.
determine how
So
long it does?
yeah, can you see where it says hours?
No.
No. Oh, might be invisible.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, so
So basically, last time, right, it was a blizzard here, and I
yeah,
rolled a 2 or a 3, and it went to heavy snow,
yeah.
and that meant it was that weather for 3 hours. Now I've rolled an 8. It's going to go back to a blizzard for 8
Yeah.
hours.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Hence why it's like 2d6
Yeah.
for like to determine how many hours.
Yeah.
So the
I
least
mean-
it could be is 2. The most it could be is like half a day before the weather changes.
At this point, like, we're going to have the blizzard for the entire journey. Though we don't know that, of course, in actual... I don't know if there's a way to estimate how long a blizzard lasts.
Actually, there is a survival check that you can do to determine what the weather might be like or how long it will last. Yeah, you could roll a survival check.
Do I still try?
Normally, yeah, go ahead.
Can I guidance this?
You can, yeah.
Alright.
Probably not going to be good enough with guidance, but it might give us an estimate at
Might
least,
give
even
us-
if it's not accurate.
Oh,
10?
Isn't
and-
enough. No, not enough. You think to yourself, damn, if you'd have come out here before the blizzard had hit, you might have been able to proactively determine how massive a cloud that blizzard might be, like coming over the horizon. You could estimate it then, but in the blizzard, your sight is reduced to about 20 feet, and there's no possible way to know how thick of it it's going to be. So
I think our best bet for now is to stay in the cave, and just wait near the entrance and see if the weather clears up. If it doesn't clear up by the time it gets near nightfall, then we just either camp down there or where we camped before, or we camp in here. We could go back to where that camp we found was. That seems like quite a safe spot.
Yeah, I agree. Let's stay at the edges of the caves so that
Yeah,
we
this
have
would
a
be
little bit
where
of shelter,
this would
break
be
from the
where
wind.
this would be where we would have a long rest if we had one. But for the most part, Geist at least is going to be sitting, staring out into the cold, like far enough back that he's safe from the wind, but and the cold mostly, but just enough they can keep an eye on the weather to see if it's abating.
okay. You can skip over the next few hours unless there is something you wish to discuss or play out here. But as far as like dangers are concerned, you've killed the harpies, you've fed the wolf, and you've bargained with the hag in here. And it doesn't seem any dangers are in the nearby area that are gonna interrupt this.
Yeah,
shelter.
we're still probably going to have to rotate watches if we do and have a constant fire going.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I totally agree.
There's too many dangerous things around here. We can't.
Yeah, I mean, whilst there's lots of bodies of dead spiders that suggest there were once living spiders here. So
True. As if you're doing a watch, all of you can make a perception check.
yeah, so we'll just rotate through the watch as we normally do.
Wait, 1, 6 or 7.
Where was that earlier, Dice? I mean, it could be important at this point, but okay. I'll take the nat 20.
Okay. You can definitely hear more Chiselbone resuming her singing. This one seems to be like spoken a different tongue, perhaps. Sylvan. Oh wait, no, she knows it. Aquan. Okay, then it'd have been an Aquan then. I don't think anyone else here speaks primordial though. So
No.
whatever it is, it's kind of like this haunting song, and almost sounds like the lyrics of someone drowning in time.
Oh,
You can only imagine what sadistic thing she's singing about, but it's enough to drive one insane if you were to be
it's
here all day.
disconcerting, but at least we
I
know the
blame that
source.
explorer for running away at the sound of that singing. He was probably smart to do so. I hope he survived.
Yes. But
Other than that, guys, you don't. I'll tell you what you don't see with a 21. You don't see that little orb of light floating around anywhere or going back and forth in the tunnel.
yeah. Considering there's the possibility of not being able to save Barritomus, whilst Geist is doing his rest and watch as part of what he's probably going to be doing. And perhaps while we were just sitting there waiting for this sort of time to rest, is he's going to be trying to, if he can, chip off any piece of stone from the walls and carve them with like dwarven runes as he speaks Dwarvish. And essentially he's starting to collect stones that may be able to be built into a cairn for Barritomus in the future, should they find a place suitable to lay him to rest if they can't revive him.
See.
Yep.
Anything else anyone's doing over the short rest?
Hulla's gonna agonize a little bit about her decision not to bring her friend back. But, yeah, she's not gonna talk about it with anyone. She's just gonna... It's just gonna give her a bit of trouble sleeping.
And is this...
Since...
Sorry. Is this a decision in Hulla's mind that is unwavering? It is...
Yep.
There's no chance.
There's no chance that I would trade Barry, who's dead, for 2 live children.
Okay.
There's just... She won't be convinced, and the others are gonna have to fight her if they want to kidnap 2 children. But she still had to give up any possibility of her friend's life the way she sees it.
Okay.
So it was not a happily made decision, but she's pretty clear on it.
That's good to know, just because I know if 6 or 7 was here, they would probably try to see some logical way through in that, you know, that this is a deal. We can accomplish this. It's not an impossibility. It can be done, and Barry could come back. But if you're saying that Hulla is, there's no chance you could be convinced, or any chance that... Yeah,
she's as firm as she can be on it, and a 607 would have to fight her.
Right, gotcha. Okay, sorry. What was that, Brandee? You wanted to add?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'll cook a meal for everybody, so everybody has a warm meal, and whatever's left, I will pour at the cave entrance if that dire wolf comes this far down.
It most likely does. If you're cooking a fire with food, it definitely, you can hear it creeping around the outskirts of the camp, but it doesn't come in.
Right.
Geist, you definitely see it. It gets as close as the other side of the bridge and watches. You can see its lips, its jaws and gums are like lathering with saliva.
Yeah, I would have poured the food out far enough for it to have gotten it. Whatever's left over are scraps and everything.
Okay. Yeah, we'll happily snatch up any scraps and then disappears again.
If it has hit points, it uses one of its hit die. I don't know if it's got those. It gets an extra point for eating one of my food. So I don't think anybody else really needs to spend hit die, but it gets an extra point if it spends one of its hit die.
The wolf looks a lot more sated after that then. Definitely seems to calm down its frenzied hunger. Okay. Alright. So, 8 hours. Painful hours waiting for this blizzard to abate. It's roll again.
Is this a short rest or a long rest?
This is a short.
At the moment, but if the weather doesn't clear up, then
it is now heavy snow.
And what's the effects of heavy snow? It just obscures vision, right?
It does. Obscured vision and...
Is it up to DC or lower or saves at all? So no blizzard does.
Open my Arctic survival.
Can you sail in heavy snow, or do we need to wait longer?
I don't trust myself in heavy snow. I think we should wait till this blizzard is done with, because it could get worse.
And hopefully, providing we don't get interrupted during our sleep, we can we'll be a bit better off. Like, I'm still quite exhausted from.
It isn't the worst. No, the heavy snow does create difficult terrain everywhere, pretty much, and your vision is obscured without those goggles. But it's not like the worst thing. Sleet storm would be the worst. Blizzard after that, probably the second worst. But heavy snow is an often very common thing in Icewindale.
Hmm.
Sure, it's going to be freezing cold out there.
Yeah.
But
at this point, it's also late at night, right?
Right, so it's 8 o'clock now.
And how long did it take us to travel here by boat when we travelled here?
It took you a few hours.
8 p.m. is full night, basically.
Yeah, I think we should hunker down.
If that's full night, then that's what, DC 20 minimum?
Right.
I think. So yeah, I guys should also agree, like, if it's like this heavy snow in the morning, I suggest we try to risk it, but
I just realized I should have been asking for frost checks, but you're next to a fire, right?
Yeah, we're next to a fire in a cave.
You're sheltered.
So
the DC, I'm just checking if you can't fail the DC.
And if it's getting particularly cold for like those who only have like plus, I mean 607 would give us the +2 for me, him, and probably one of the others.
Okay.
So I think the minimum plus we have is +12. But then,
that's fine then.
But then with the fire, that would be like +15.
Yeah, that's fine then. It's only going to get bad when it's like it drops to night, and that will make the DC 15. And at this point, there's a chance that you fail, but slim one.
Yeah, and to be honest, if it starts getting that cold for like myself, or I guess we'd quickly push outside, gather up the tent, and bring it inside. So I assume we left our tent outside, but I don't remember us packing it up.
Yeah, we left all of our camping stuff.
Yeah, you got attacked by harpies during the night, so you didn't have a chance. But you can pack it all up now and bring it all in if you like.
Yeah, and then we've got
the
tent. We've got potential if it gets super cold. For some of us, we could just get into the insulated tent, which is like an extra +5. So
in that case, you're pretty much good, I think. Shelter, warm fire, insulated tent. Yeah, means you will probably be able to get a long rest in this cave. So it'll be a long night, but
yeah, long rest.
Complete a long rest.
Yay!
Now we're at 2 exhaustion. God, I hate the speed reduction part of the exhaustion, but I get it. But at the same time, I hate it so much. If I wasn't a rogue, it would be driving me insane because of the bonus section dash.
It sucks. So that is 8 hours.
And it was 9 hours for that, so we have an 8-hour rest. So whilst it's still, once Geist wakes up, he's got to go outside and attempt to work out what the weather is for the rest of the next bit of day. Whilst it's
give me a survival check.
15.
That's a success, just barely. Okay, you can see on the horizon the weather shifting. It's gonna be a blizzard. Oh wait, no, it isn't. Sorry, hold on. If I'm going down this way, which means I go off there, which means I come back on here.
It's a light snow? Oh,
yeah,
thank God.
If there was a little arrow like this, then it would go into a blizzard, but there isn't, which means I just fly off this side and come back on this side. So it's a light snow for 8 hours. Perfect weather conditions.
Yes.
Yeah. So based on Geist's weather predictions, I think we should be good for about the next 8 hour, maybe, I don't know, a good few hours. I doubt he can accurately predict to 8 hours, but he probably says, like half a day or so.
Right. There's
Or
no.
the
Excellent.
weather
You look
could
around.
change.
There's no sign. There's no sign of a blizzard on the horizon. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna ask because I did ask it brief. Actually, I bet the one person who does have it is the dead person. Do any of our spellcasters have access to mending as a spell? As a cantrip?
I do not.
I believe 6 is stone. No, never mind. Scratch
Did
that.
did Barritomus? Because I'm just curious.
No.
Because okay. Because in fact, if we've got that little bit of while, we've got some like there was a fallen tree nearby, right?
Yeah, you chopped it down.
Yeah.
Oh no, the other one. Yeah, it's fallen.
Yeah.
Sure.
In which case, is there any way we can? This guy obviously is proficient in wood carver's tools. Able to carve off any of that wood to patch some of the damage to the boat.
Okay. Yeah, you could probably patch it up.
You know, because we took like what 14 damage, I think, and we're on like 36, 50.
Right, I do remember that. Sure. Has anyone got wood carver's tools?
Yeah, Geist, and he's proficient
Okay.
in them.
Okay, you can roll that, and we'll see what you get.
What skill am I adding to this? Would this be wisdom? Feels wisdomy. It could also be
Sure.
dex. Because it's
Wisdom
like
seems
yeah, wisdom. I'll go wisdom.
Wisdom seems appropriate.
Oh yeah. I mean, guidance. It might push me over to be able to prepare like
Alright.
a little bit of HP.
Sorry, stepped away from the keyboard for a sec.
Literally, as part of a short rest, you can prepare a single damaged wooden object. Literally in the thing.
Yeah.
But
If you have a DC 9?
yeah, no,
Unlucky.
I think unless you have a disagreement, Chris, I think maybe because the wood's been out in the cold for so long, you perhaps can't get anything off it because it's been a tree that's been frozen.
It's also just like hollowed out as well. It's
Yeah.
just been completely blasted by this frigid wind and land. And you're already
Right.
feeling like the loss of Barritomus is, you think to yourself, maybe if we still had his tinkery hands, he might have been able to figure out a way. He'd maybe like get together some cork or something. He would have thought of something.
Yeah. All right, let's get in the boat and head back.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to drag the boat to the edge of the lake because we're currently on land.
Yeah. All right then. Jamey, are you there?
I'm here.
Let's just jump into DM Whispers real quick. 1 sec.
Sounds good.
I guess as the chat can't hear that, anyone watching the stream, so they obviously dropped off into a separate chat. So I'm guessing, unless Chris says otherwise when he comes back, the rest of us will be dragging the boat towards the water, getting ready to set sail, and hopefully not have to deal with any nonsense on the way back. But
We can only pray.
I think. Have you got any exhaustion? Have you got any exhaustion left now?
I don't have any. I'm done. Finally.
Nice, which also means your moderate hypothermia's gone, right? Because I think that's when
I
it
believe
hits
so.
0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
I'm not sure, but I'm gonna take.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes for now.
You got anything, Brandee? You wanna?
No, I'm actually fine. So if y'all want me to fish for knucklehead trout, so we can take food back and
It's not a
see if we
bad
can make them
idea.
viable.
Yeah, not a
Hey.
bad idea.
If you want to use the net, then I will use my warhammer as a club to beat the thing to death when it comes back on the boat.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah, we were just discussing the potential what we might do on the journey back.
Okay. Which is?
Well, we're just dragging the boat, and we might fish for some knucklehead trout on the way.
So that we can
Okay.
take food back to East Haven to see if we can soften them up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's make some rolls and see if this boat runs into any trouble. Now, once again, it was 5 miles back to East Haven. Well, actually, we'll say it's 4 because 4 to get back on the what's it called?
Lake?
The frozen lake. Yeah, where it's frozen, so you wouldn't be like sailing at that point.
Mhm.
So let's get Hulla to give me a survival check.
Oh, my turn. Okay.
As your
survival, not my worst.
This is plus your
It is
proficiency, actually.
22.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
I'll let
good.
you roll
That's
those
good.
forever.
All right, you've traveled this path already, and sailors know if you know the path ahead, you can navigate your way back just way easier. So you're already dodging many ice flows and avoiding the major dangers, like the waters where it was just like bumping into everything. So that first hour goes by pretty well. Is anyone fishing?
I'm fishing.
I'm helping.
Well, you'll be navigating. If you're moving and fishing, I could say people are fishing. Yeah.
Then I better navigate, I guess.
I will get ready to stab the knucklehead trout as we catch any.
Yeah, I think as will 607. So in that case, roll a survival check for me, Ashanti.
Okay.
The weather is pretty good for it.
Guidance.
Guidance will make that a success, which means fishing time with let's see. As long as you don't get pulled in, I'm sure you'll be fine.
That's another reason to stay in the cave, actually, is dry off our clothes, because we felt the water so much.
That is very true. I completely forgot about all that. Good point. Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to take a short rest straight after, but you could have definitely warmed up your clothes. Okay, what was that strength? Oh yeah, you easily pull this trout onto the boat with very adept fishing tackle. The rest of you guys, I'm not going to make you roll for it this time. This trout just gets smoked. 6 or 7 sling spells, you shoot it, and the trout is down. It's another one in the bank. And
I don't know how many we have. I think we got. Did we get 1 last time, or did we get 2 last time?
We got 1 last time, and 1 this time. So we should probably gut it at least. Throw the
D100.
Oh yeah, for Barry's thing.
Ashanti roller D100.
All right, give me 1 second.
That was exactly what we needed. No.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like we need to roll a 100 or if it's just like in a specific window, there's a specific number we're trying to hit.
There's a specific number, and that number is not a whole number. It is 27.3 that we need to roll.
It is a 1 in 100 chance. I'll let you know. Okay. All right. Hulla, another survival check. Just guts.
Come on.
Oh no.
Guidance is not going to help that.
No, it won't.
But it might make it less of a. It's less than a 5 failure now, right? So that's potentially better.
It's still 1d4 plus 1 ice flows. Oh god.
Why is it always 5?
I don't know. This is not good. Okay, Hulla, I need survival checks. 5 of them. To navigate through all of these ice flows. Good lord.
God, I wish I had explosive arrows at this point.
gonna guidance everything, because come on, 12.
Let's double check.
I don't know what that is.
DCs.
What the DC
Yeah,
is for this.
the DC I think was 14 if I remember.
Okay.
And so yeah, go ahead. Roll 4 more of those.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's good.
That's
good.
Yeah, it is DC 14. All right, that's another fail. Okay, and
Can you guidance that?
Not
won't
enough.
help.
I think it's 13, but
Yeah, won't help. The boat is constantly battering in. Sometimes you dodge them, sometimes you
That's
don't.
good.
It's like you evade one of them only to end up bouncing into another. Oh, that's 20. Okay, good.
yes.
Yes.
Does
that
that
count as
erase
2?
one of the previous? Yeah. Does it erase one of the previous ones? Please.
It it doesn't. I'm not gonna let you off that easy. But so far, you've done really well. That's only what
2
2
out of-
hits? No, 3.
Yeah.
2 out of 5 failures.
Yeah. So
Not
we're gonna
bad.
roll
Could be worse.
10 bludgeoning damage is dealt to the boat, and you hear that awful scraping sound as it's tearing apart the hull. Whew, you're not much left on this thing. Looking pretty battered.
I used the dwarf to patch the hole. No, I'm joking.
Okay. Any more fishing, Hulla? Sorry, Ashanti.
No. I obviously distracted Hulla from navigating, and I don't want to do that again. So yeah, no, that I'm gonna stop and sit down and just be very careful about, not distracting her and doing whatever I can to help.
Jesus. A cold wind blows across the lake for the next hour. The lake's normally still waters become choppy, and until the wind abates, ability checks made to steer the boat and fish for trout have disadvantage, as do saving throws against the extreme cold. I need everyone to roll me a frost check.
A disadvantage as well. God.
At disadvantage, yeah.
I'm going to assume that 607 will be using his thing on me.
Sorry.
You will, yeah.
Oh, it's 29 other way.
That's so,
I did it.
so good. That's Hulla's.
Oh, mine didn't roll at disadvantage, but re-roll.
Okay.
Ashanti,
you
I'm going to give
wanted
you
that-
resistance.
Mine
to
was so mine would be an 18. Would be mine.
In total, yeah.
So
Right.
resistance does what for me?
Resistance gives you 1 point on a saving throw.
Oh, but I have to roll twice, right? For
Yeah, and take the lower.
disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay.
To be honest,
man.
to be honest, I don't think you can fail. You get like a plus the universe on this. Like
That's
I think
true.
it's
You're
mostly
like covered in blubber, aren't you?
Yes.
yeah. It's
What
like
about 607's plus whatever he does to people?
He's also got like plus 20.
yeah.
And yeah, he can give plus 2 here and there. I think you're right in that everyone looks to be okay.
Geist has 16.
You
Well,
set
that's
out...
actually 18 because
Is it
the plus
18?
2.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, you guys are all good. I don't think anyone could fail. That 607 certainly can't. He's got like plus 20 or something ridiculous. The cold wind may be a bit bitter and uncomfortable, but huddled together in this one boat, covered in furs and blubber, you seem to feel nothing but the warmth of each other. Hulla, make me another survival check. You're nearly there.
Yeah, we are. Come on. Just regular, right? Not at disadvantage?
It is disadvantage because abilities checks to steer the boat have disadvantage. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll another 15. That's fine.
Yeah.
Unless you can get lucky on a guidance.
Yep. Come on.
Otherwise, oh my god.
Yes.
Oh man.
Thank you for putting that into the world.
God, for a moment your fingers were numb, and your vision was a little obscured, but up ahead, you notice this ice floe. It's out of the way at the moment, but you predict that it seems to be floating into your path. And so rather than sail completely forward, you sail to the left, like heading towards it. And by the time you get to it, it's already moved away and into your previous path. So a little bit of thinking ahead just in time. And you manage to avoid those choppy waters.
Just barely.
Okay. And I think with that, you do make it back. Finally, in sight, you can see. I'll roll one more d20 just in case. Doubt there's anything going to be. Oh, you actually spot a rowboat from East Haven, and there's a couple of fishers on there. They seem to be pretty antisocial. They don't even wave or anything. They're just huddled together with their lines into the water.
Hello?
And you seem to
Okay.
yeah, you like wave out to them, call to them, but they're just completely antisocial. But yeah, you sail on past them over the next hour, and finally you see, not too far after them, the icy, frozen lake on the outskirts of East Haven. And the next hour, you just simply have to drag the boat back the way you came. I will say, yeah, no, during this, it's what, like 4 hours? Yeah, the DC would have come down even further than that. So you avoid the extreme cold, you avoid the harsh weathers. Looks like you picked the perfect time to go sailing. And the boat is pretty damaged. Probably, it's like in half as what it was.
Yep.
So it's not in good nick, but it could have been way worse. Okay. Yeah, shoring up in the docks. I say shoring up. It's just sort of like dragging it to the docks and then just leaving it there. Not even any point tying it up, but you see the fishermen help you do that anyway. The fishermen do greet you, but they quickly realize that you have a body, several with you, and they sort of give a nod of respect. They like take off their hoods, which is unseen in the outside of Icewindale, but they take their hoods off in respect. And you can see their grim expressions as they look down to the floor.
Right.
So we need to go find the captain.
Would,
So we should probably go back to the town hall.
Yes.
You'll find Captain Alagath in the town hall. Yes.
Yes.
She's awaiting your arrival.
Okay. Can I? Oh shoot! I guess I'm dragging Barritomus. So, can we pay these guys each like a silver to drag the knucklehead trout with us, or do we want to leave it in the boat?
I mean, I think we can probably carry it, like, because I mean,
Well,
I've
I'm
got.
carrying Barritomus. You're carrying a body, so 607 and Hulla would either
We
have
can
to
carry
drag
them.
one of the
Yeah.
bodies. Okay. And I'll let Hulla drag Barritomus, and I'll drag one of the knucklehead trout.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I guess
607 can take that
607.
though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 607 will carry them. All right. Do you want to go grab bits as well before you head to the town hall?
No, let's get the town hall thing over.
Okay.
So I can just I want to go and
Alright.
sit and cuddle and have a good play and a nice long walk with Bits. So let's get this
Got it.
over so I have more time.
So you arrive back at the East Haven Town Hall. There seems to be a few differences since you last arrived. Potentially like a new lick of paint since the hats have been changed over to Captain Arlagath. No, it doesn't look like Speaker Wayland's abode anymore. It looks way more organized. I'll say that much. Feel free to open up the doors and head on inside. See for yourself.
Okay.
You can see there are actually like plant pots laid out. You can see there's a fresh coat of varnish. The cobblestones have all been cleaned up.
Oh, there's flowers? My goodness.
Yeah, there's some plants to make it look a little bit more homely.
Guys sort
Yeah,
of
that's
considers
nice.
this and considers the fact that this town was supposed to be short on money, and what they've used some of it is to make the town hall look nicer.
Yeah,
Or maybe
let's
they
just
always
get
had those things.
I think maybe they're
yeah.
making the best of a bad situation, like when
I mean, would you not instead try
you
to
wanna
spend that on food, shelter, useful things? Rather
Yeah,
than
but let's give them our charges, get our money, and let's go. I really want to see bits.
Can I
yes.
investigation check to see if the plants are fake?
Yeah, sure. Roll a roll a nature check or an
Oh,
investigation. Either one's fine.
okay. Do.
What did you get?
7.
Oh,
6.
Geist,
no, they're totally real.
Geist will
They're
also
okay,
look
yeah.
at them.
Guys looks at them. They do seem to be a type of fern that does exist in harsh winters. But
Type that
the
wouldn't be any
flower
good for
pods,
food, presumably.
no, they don't look good for food. No, it's just an average wintry like fern. But
I'm guessing the captain
it
is
does.
through here.
You see the other militia say, right through there. You can find her. She's up in the second floor office. You go right on through.
Right,
You see this interrogation room has been turned into a small office now, and there's a couple of people filling out paperwork and doing a good job. That figure is obviously not there. Head up the stairs. People keep shutting doors in their faces.
Sorry. I thought it said in, but it was an outdoor. You know how
no
things
doorway
are.
just into like the outside here. Like, can I just jump out a window here or something? That's just a really weirdly placed door. Like, where does this door go, Chris?
Oh, this is the crane. You see this thing? That's how they got the massive statue in the first place. There's like a big set of double doors. It's only on the second floor though, and that's how the crane lifts things in and out.
I honestly thought for a moment it was just like a door to like jump out the window or something.
Yeah. In this room, you can see preparations have been made for a rather large council meeting.
That's why they given it a lick of paint. Oh, I went back down the stairs.
Oh, whoops. Wait, which?
Apparently
oh yeah, no, you want to go up here.
Yeah,
you want to go up here.
Nope.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, those stairs go down to that stairs, and then you go up that set of stairs. That's it. There you go. There you got it.
This one?
Very difficult to judge height on this map.
This room's been made into like a little hearing room for like council disputes and the like. Yeah, I'll help Ashanti out. Drag you over here.
Thank you.
This one? No.
Nope. Oh, up the stairs. There you go.
Nope.
This is the library. Yeah, it's not very bright up here, is it?
Ah! People ended up back down the stairs.
Yeah,
Can't get past this point. I think this is a down for the stairs, and it's taken me.
Oh no, I've done the wrong thing.
I'm in a long corridor.
Ashanti made Hulla made it. You're right. Yeah, I need to change that.
Yeah.
This is opening doors randomly. Oh, there's Captain Arligath.
Ah.
Hello, Captain. Or knock on the door. Hello.
Welcome back. All right.
Greetings.
Would you give us the room? You see the two militia nod and stand up and leave.
Yeah. And in response, I will dump. I just sort of. Where do you want the bodies, or body and head?
Oh, goodness.
Also, there's now two of
the
these.
Fisherman.
And we brought fish at the funeral feast.
Please, if you could take these, the two militiamen take the bodies off of your hand.
Yes.
Oh God. Is this all of them, or what's left of them?
Those were all we found, I believe.
Yes, we're so sorry for your loss, but this is all we could do.
Come in, take a seat.
Based on based on the state we found because I'm not going to mention the hag, based on the state that we found the bodies in, it would suggest that maybe someone got desperate and took to cannibalism.
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't much else left to bring back.
What did
Unfortunately,
this to them?
well, the same thing that killed our friend, I believe.
Your friend?
Yes,
Wait.
unfortunately, our dwarven companion Barritomus fell in combat to an skeletal giant.
Was
My Tempest
We
rest his
barely got
soul.
away. We barely got away ourselves. We're hoping we can get him to a temple that maybe we'll be able to restore him, but we don't know.
Temple.
would the
I do
Temple
not
of
know if
the Storm be able to
Tempest.
have? Yes.
Tempest is a
Whatever.
god of war, but I'm afraid there are none with us quite so powerful enough to resurrect.
I suspect that even if the clerics here or in any of the towns have the power originally to be able to do that, whilst Oral's power holds sway, their powers are restricted based on what the Temple of Pelor, I think it was said, right? They said something like Pelor's power couldn't break through Oral's or something like why was the
Pelor,
god of the sun
God of the
sorted?
sun.
Yeah.
Indeed. There is no light in Icewindale. No light that can bring back your friend.
Then our only hope might be the Temple of Hades. But even that is
Just a hope, really.
a hope, a faint glimmer. But
Hades. You really think? Alright, look. I'm really sorry for your loss. But you have brought me news, and for that, here's the reward as you promised. And, in fact, take both. I'm sorry for your loss.
We've brought you fish for the funeral feast as well, so that the people can eat as they celebrate the memories of their loved ones.
So we would like to take the ivory, of course. And I'm going to hand 607 the scroll because it's a scroll of fireball, I think, and of us, I think, casting-wise, he would be the out of character. I think he's the only one who would be able to do it, but also he's the most.
Right.
He's the only one I've really seen do fire because Hulla is all sacred fire, so it's kind of a different sort of.
Makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
She says, I know I can't bring back your friend, but just I hope this is some compensation. Who would like the bag of tricks?
Actually, I think Ashanti should have that one.
Okay.
Animals seem to have an affinity for animals. That's what I think it is. We may need someone who.
Well, we had a demonstration of it when we first saw it, right? Like we pulled out the bit of fluff and.
Yeah, it's like a fuzzy creature inside. Each time you put your hand in.
And I think the captain explained it, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
So reaching inside the bag reveals the presence of small fuzzy objects, and when you pull one out and throw it, when it lands, it transforms into the creature determined by what fuzzy object you pulled out and rolled. And it's friendly to you, acts on your turn, and you can use a bonus action to command how the creature moves. And you can give it orders like attack and such, but I think it's only got like a couple. It's only got like a few fuzzy objects in there.
Yeah, but they're really good as cannon fodder.
Right.
Yeah, but I think we should give it to Geist because I think Bits is going to be very jealous.
Oh,
if I'm ordering her to stay in guard while I have other dogs go fight with me.
right.
So I
okay.
think this
Thanks, sorry,
ice
Bits. I didn't
thing-
think about that. You're right.
Guy sort of considers this, and he'll take it for now, but he takes it somewhat reluctantly.
Okay. It's on your character sheet.
Gotta remind myself how this works. So use your action when the object lands, transfer to creature determined by walking the table. It's friendly to you, and then it's 3 fuzzy objects per
Mm-hmm.
per door, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So potentially you could get up to 3 out. Just actually.
What else did you find in this grisly cave you mentioned?
We found.
Oh, we killed a frost
We found
giant.
these?
Sorry? The frost giant?
Well, an undead,
Yes.
a skeletal one.
Still counts, but yeah, it
yeah.
was
It
a
was-
skeleton frost
Yeah,
giant.
it
that
might have
was-
been a skeleton, but it moved. And it moved fast, and it hit hard, and it killed Barritomus, so it counts.
We found harpies who we slaughtered. They may have also been responsible for, or at least partially responsible for the death of your fisherman. We also found some carvings in the cave suggesting that the cave was once used for some frost giant ritual where they would walk down to a hot spring and drown themselves. I checked out the hot spring, but it's frozen over now, and all that's beneath are the bodies of long dead frost giants. Ancient by the looks of it.
Her expression is kind of one of dumbfoundedness, and she's just like,
We
And
also
we found the hag, the one that you mentioned.
Well,
but her
I wasn't going to
price.
specifically mention that. Yeah.
Well, Captain Indra knows about it.
Yeah, that's true.
The hag, yes.
Maud.
And what does she have to say for herself?
In exchange
She wants
for
the children.
What?
Any children, probably. Orphan children.
as
Keep your
essentially
kids close.
Yes, essentially it seems that she is lacking somewhat in power, and if she can be given the if you can be given 2 children, she can use them to as part of her magic to allow more powerful things, such as bringing our friend back from the dead, which is what she tried to convince us.
Lord.
So
And
yeah.
what did you say? Did you accept this offer? Or?
No. What we said was that we would go look for the children and try to perhaps deliver them to one of the temples so that they can be taken care of. From what we were told, they've been orphaned by Auriel.
I don't know if you heard about this.
What?
These children that got.
No, this is not news. This is news to me.
A farm east of Goodmead, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
East of Goodmead is
Jeez.
all we know at the moment. Yeah.
She looks up at the map. She does have stationed above her desk. That's on the that's near the Redwaters. Well, I doubt it's that far out, but there's some farmlands around Goodmead.
They say the name of the farm? Or am I misremembering?
Yeah, the Kelson farm, they said.
The Kelson farm.
Isn't that where that giant was stealing all the alcohol?
Yes, that is one of the rumours, that a 9-foot-tall giant stole mead from Goodmead.
Mm-hmm. So you're here in East Haven.
Yeah.
If you head west, you'll actually reach the farm before you reach Goodmead.
Certainly a possibility.
It's actually pretty close. And you did spend a night already.
Yeah.
That's another night those children were likely,
Struggling.
still without, struggling without their mother.
We do we do have reason to go to Goodmead, and honestly, if we are to get, I mean,
But if you
base,
want, you can also scrap that, and go all the way to Bremen if you want to get to the Church of Hades. I mean, you sent Faith to go there, so actually I should have her on the map. She's likely got to Bremen by this point.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what you asked her to do after that, whether you asked her to come back.
We basically just asked her to deliver the Chewinga, and then give some information to Tully if she was there. And then that was just and then I think perhaps she was just going to stay at the Temple of Hades to learn, because she learns other religions, right?
And wait for you guys to.
Yeah, I don't think we gave her another instruction.
All right then.
No.
But how long do we think it would take to travel from where we are to the farm?
Oh, let's have a look. I don't think it's
half
that
a
far.
day.
Let's find out. I have a little chart here.
Maybe we could just make a little detour on the way to Bremen.
Well, if
the kids are in more dire need than Barritomus. I hate to say it.
Don't we have 10 days? Didn't she say we had 10
days? We have 10 days, but it only took it should take us less than half of that to get back to Bremen.
Okay, here we go. So from East Haven to Goodmead, it's normally about 3.5 hours, which means probably be about 3 hours. Yeah, it'd only be about 3 hours to get to the farm. It's not that far from. It's only like a few. Yeah, it's like half an hour from Goodmead, so it's 3 hours to get to the farm.
Yeah, so if we went there, we could also stop in Goodmead, find out the truth of those rumors. We don't have to do anything with them. And then if there's no one who can take them in Goodmead, we could then head to Bryn Shander, because the Temple of Pelor at least seems like they're willing to take in people at least for a little while.
Okay.
And that's on the route.
Sounds like a plan. Do we want to get lunch before we go?
I definitely think we should get lunch. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else of importance. One other thing that we found while we were in the caves, we found letters from what appeared to be a explorer. We believe they're of a dwarvish nature based on some letters we found, and I present the letters because I'm assuming we took them with us.
See.
There's not a lot of useful information apart from, I suppose, a cryptic warning about hag. But for the time being, considering the state of some of the animals and such that we saw, I would suggest perhaps advising your fishermen to give that side of the lake a bit of a wide berth, unless you can go back in numbers and deal with the hag situation.
I see.
Large, powerful, magical numbers.
You believe her to be a threat, still?
Well,
she's keeping herself to herself. Right now.
She's
weak right now.
She had a skeletal frost giant under her command. There are other bones there. There's no guarantee she couldn't bring something like that back. She does seem to be keeping herself to herself, but based on the discussion, it seems she does have a great desire for human flesh, to the point that she even suggested as another alternative for the deal, in order to get some hidden treasure that is supposed to be beneath the lake, that we arranged the delivery of a regular delivery of people to her, which of course we didn't agree on.
Father God, we need to kill this hag. She sounds like a blight across the land. And if anything, we need justice for those fishermen. And for your friend.
If you do go, like I said, I would go in numbers, and as Hulla suggested, I would take probably your strongest clerics too, and any other casters you have to protect you from her magic.
Hold
If it,
on. She said you said that she was offering you a deal. Is that right?
yes,
Hmm.
but we didn't take the deal. She might be willing
It's
to offer.
possible.
She might be willing to offer you a deal in exchange for something, but it seems what she mostly wants is either children to increase her power or a regular supply of human flesh. And unfortunately, because I sort of suggested it as an option, the sacrifices designated to wander out into the wilderness will not count.
We're done with those sacrifices. You won't
Oh.
see any of those anyway.
Oh,
Well,
excellent.
I'm
Good.
trying. Well, I'm going to bring that up in the council meeting later this
Yes.
month.
I assume that's why you've tidied up the place and made it look a bit nicer so it's more presentable for the council meeting.
Indeed, yes. It's important that we show a good impression now that the exchange of the speaker role has landed to me.
Yes.
They will be asking questions as to what happened to Speaker Whalen. Not looking forward to explaining all that ordeal. But
No.
in any case, I was wondering if she thinks that you're returning on grounds to make good on this deal.
Or to make
We
a
might be
deal,
able to.
yes.
We might be able to lure her into a false sense of security, and with that, then you might be able to strike her
It's
before
certainly
you fall into danger.
it's certainly possible, but we would need, I would guess, the children as bait or something similar of value
Or just
to.
even a corpse.
Yes, and also it seems that she has some sort of awareness of what goes on in the tunnel. She had like a little light that seemed to follow, and it seems like she could see through it, perhaps, or perhaps she can just see through the cave in general. I'm not
It
really
was
familiar with
it
magic.
was magical or undead or something, but that's a fair point. She did definitely know what was going on, and she was spying on us even when we didn't. So like, don't discuss your plans in the caves or near
Yeah.
the caves. Just
Understood.
unless you want to be overheard, in which case, if you're doing a double bluff type of thing, and you
Yes.
could have plans. And
No, this is valuable information. But if she's expecting you to return, as she already knows your faces, there's potential then that you're the ones who could lay the trap. We can.
Certainly possible.
I could offer some of my militia to assist you in this endeavor, but any more than what 6 of you, she's going to start to suspect something, like sending an armed force out there. She's going to know before you do it. It might even just have to be you again.
oh my.
Well, well.
If I send like a heavily armed guard, like this little spy of hers is going to let her know before and know something's up.
If you want us to go and deal with this situation, as much as I loathe the idea of relying on magic for it, I know some do, but it's not really my sort of thing. Are there any further items or magical scrolls you could provide that may be able to assist us in this endeavor?
I'm afraid not. Those 2 magic items are the things we found on Dazan's body.
Right. Well, she does not expect us to return immediately. We have a 10-day, so.
Yeah, and we need to get those children.
We do need to get those children.
So we will go rescue those children. Do some additional traveling. Um,
And is this a time limit she has set herself, or
I believe
for some other reason?
it is the time limit she has set, but what her words? I think she said if we didn't return in 10 days, then there was no power in Icewindale that could bring him back.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
a comforting thought.
yeah.
All right, we best make
Outside
haste
Oral
then.
herself, I believe, was also her words, and Oral isn't. But yes, we will head to. I'm just trying to
Good.
consider because we're going to be taking Barritomus the whole way. Could
we have a sled? Or would we just put him on Labras?
I mean we could put him on Labras, but I'm also thinking if we take a dead body to children.
Well, we're gonna wrap him up or something, right?
I suppose
so he
we
doesn't
can.
look like a dead
Or you could sit
body.
him up in the saddle.
I mean, if we
Ooh.
wrap him up, he'd just look like additional luggage. I guess we could do that. Just have to make sure that that is unlikely to come unwrapped. But for
Yeah.
now, I guess we will bid you farewell. And as we said, you're welcome to these knucklehead trout. But if you can, we would like you to keep the ivory aside for us.
Yes,
the
certainly.
meat
You
is
can come collect it.
yes, the meat is yours to use as you see fit. But seems a fitting way to honour your fishermen, as Ashanti said.
Thank you, and again, my respects to Barritomus.
He was a good companion.
In case we are unable to bring him back within the 10-day, are you aware of any dwarfish settlements that might be a place to take him? I mean, I know his
Yes.
home was Weep, but
there are many shield dwarves in the valley. And she gestures to the map again. All along here, between Brinshander and Kelvin's Cairn, it's what's known as the Dwarven Valley. There are many settlements underground. The dwarves are mostly hospitable, but yeah, they usually come out and hunt game every now and again.
Have you had any luck tracking the people who stole that statue? Or at least I assume that's what happened.
I'm afraid not. Any tracks they would have left are long since buried in the snow. But we are keeping an eye on it. We've searched out through the entire of the ferry, and it looks like they've left no clue as to what their plans were. Sure, they would have had something, but they've been good at covering their track. Flashback to when 607 entered into the actual ferry first and saw there was some sort of map on the table, and then they quickly snatched it up and made a deal with 607, but he never got to look at that map, sadly.
Okay. Well, but he didn't know where. He didn't get any idea of where they were from or where they were going.
607 doesn't speak Dwarvish, so no. The map was in Dwarvish as well. There were like runes all over it. So you'll have to find those answers out another way. But yeah. For now, I think if that's everything, you are dismissed.
Yes, we will. Let's go get bits, check that Labras is okay, have a meal, and then we'll head out. Unless the weather turns shit on us again. But even then, I think in this case we might have to push our way through. Because we can't leave the children for too long.
So, alright then. Is there anything you want to do in East Haven before?
I mean, we didn't get.
No,
You got bits. Also, you will just speed this up. You get bits, you get Labras. You put Barry on Labrys.
Yeah, wrapped
Get
in
lucky.
cloth.
We wrap him up so that he
Yeah.
doesn't look human shaped.
Okay. Yep.
And
You can try. He's kind of frozen solid in that shape, but you do your best to sort of contort it.
Well, we'll
We'll
pack
just
him out
no,
with
I
like
mean
the
just
saddlebags and
cover
stuff.
just
Okay,
cover
gotcha.
him with tarp or burlap or something, just so that you can't see his face. You can't tell if you didn't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then.
But,
All right. Yeah. You can stop off. Get any supplies you need.
yeah.
And
unfortunately, we're not really wealthy right now, and as much as like a bag of pricks is and a fireball swallow
No.
awesome there.
Yeah, but that hag knows where a treasure is worth hundreds of gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does, but we don't have the enough to pay her price or to fight her. I think that was a suggestion that the captain might have made, is that we might have to pry the answer out of her. But
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know if you guys know how to do that. I
Many of people spell secrets if they feel their life is truly threatened. It's whether we feel confident that we can threaten the likes of her.
Right. Yeah,
Indeed.
I don't know. I think we either. Let's think about that on the way.
What do you think,
I don't have
Pale
any
Lady?
suggestions right.
Pale Lady. Oh, you're asking her. What's the question? Sorry.
Like, what do
Whether
you think
can
about
get her
this?
That hag. It's a miserable blight, just as Captain Indra said.
So
But she might be the only living soul that knows the location of that treasure. Not even I remember where I drowned.
So, if I was to give you two options, us killing her or us getting the treasure but she lives, which is your preference? As you're all about vengeance and wiping off evil and stuff.
There is no gold that can pay or cover the atrocities she has committed.
Right, so in your opinion, she needs to die, basically.
Yes.
Okay, no.
Yeah, for once I agree with the ghost.
Pale Lady wants Ghost to die. I kind of agree. Not wants Ghost to die, wants the hag to die. I agree. The way she treats people and their bodies is obscene, and she deserves death for that alone, as well as
Not to
being responsible for Barritomus' death.
Not to mention, like, if she finds two acolytes, if she does manage to convince people, and she gets even stronger,
she becomes a much bigger threat.
She could destroy the whole valley, you know? Take over the whole, like, can you imagine her 3 times as strong and 3 times as ambitious? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I don't know about strength, because we didn't see what she was capable of. I mean, it may have been her magic that brought back the skeleton, or perhaps it was already like that and she just found a way to control it. So far, the only magic she seems to have is a cauldron and this is just me reaching out based on the fact that you said it was magical, Ashanti. I'm wondering if perhaps the cauldron produces endless stew, but maybe it's like a bland stew, which is why she said she needs to season it with like human meat to make it palatable to her.
That makes sense.
I mean, that's just a guess. Magic is a foreign language that I do not wish to learn. So,
I don't know. I think she wasn't worried about us at all, even the fact that we took down her giant. And she had magic enough to control a skeletal frost giant, maybe even bring him back.
True. That is true.
She was spying on us. She had that undead light, and she was eating people. That's enough for me.
And based on what she said, the Heartbeats were also under her command, and they were dangerous in their own right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not, not someone you want to leave at your back, knowing your name type of thing.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't give her our names, just the
Right,
group
of course.
name.
Knowing your face, then I suppose is what I should have said.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. We just don't want to.
I mean, if this bag works how it does, then we've at least got some additional backup. If we had Barritomus with us as well, and it was the full group, I might be less hesitant to do it, but with things as they are, we're weaker than we've ever been, and we don't know what our enemy is capable of, and an enemy you don't know what they're capable of is far more dangerous.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I mean, it might be. I mean, we have time. How long does it take to get from Goodmead to Bremen? Yeah. My guess is about 4 or 5 days, but that's just a guess. And that's, of course, if the weather does.
12 hours.
Really? You can do that in 12 hours? Holy crap.
Yes.
I mean...
Yep.
Okay, we could do it.
If Hiln is still in Bremen, they seemed like they were previously a capable adventurer. They may have some advice in that sort of situation. Or we might also be able, maybe Tully's heard something that might be useful if they're still there, or even Faith. I can't really speak for what churches might be able to do, but that's a lot tweak.
Yeah, it's about 20 miles.
Huh. I suppose because we've been screwed over by the weather and also by, well, mostly by the weather and exhaustion. But, I mean...
Tell you what, if we want, we can, I know you want to do a lot of things, and by going to this farm, you save these children and head back, and then head to Goodmead, do all the things there, and then go from there to Bremen.
It was more get the kids, go to Goodmead, try to confirm if the rumours are true, because they're just rumours. Not actually deal with those rumours. Basically, go to Goodmead, and then head to Bryn Shanter, potentially drop the kids off at Elor, because at least they took Faith in, so they might be willing to take children in, and then head straight to Bremen, because we're going to skirt Targos because they're dicks.
Yeah, alright, no problem.
That's basically the order of operations as I see it, but others might have other thoughts. I mean, they might want to cut. They might. I mean, they might want to cut. They might want to cut through the woods and speak to the Chewingas again.
No, I think I think we use the road as much as we can. Sweep up the kids and head straight to the nearest town for them, and then on to Bremen, to the temple.
You know,
only thing I would like to do, if possible, is in East Haven. Is there a sweet shop? Can I get like 2 lollipops that we could give the kids if they're scared of us? Orcs could be very scary looking.
Yeah, I'm just thinking you've got 2 half-orcs, a red-head barbarian, and a robot. We are not the most inviting of people.
Yes, I
Right.
was thinking if there is a sweet shop, maybe I could buy a lollipop or everlasting
You
gobstopper or something.
I mean, to be
there
honest, what they'll probably accept the most right now is food if they've been there for a while by
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah, I was gonna
but it,
say that you can find a shop that sells jars containing these sort of sweet, sticky substances. It might be jam,
mhm,
it might be something else. Um, not even the shop seller knows what it is. It was like a something they preserved for a long time, and this
don't want
guy,
to give that to
it,
a child.
well, it smells sweet. It smells just delicious. It might be just like a preserved
It
jar of
might be,
something.
but thank you very much for letting us know. I'm not sure how delicate the digestive system of these people will be. So thank you.
Um, does the shop sell like? Does the shop sell cheese? Because Geist is out of cheese.
I say, no, but we have these blue scarves.
And what do they do?
They get lighter in shade the higher the higher the altitude of the wearer.
Oh, interesting.
I
Yeah.
I don't
don't.
know a reason why we would need those, unless we're trying to
I don't know.
measure how high we're going. But I don't.
Hmm.
Oh, wait. We're planning to take these kids over a vast distance, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do we need winter clothing for them?
Hmm.
Most denizens of Icewindale have clothing.
They've
If they
probably got
don't, they
some.
would have been dead long. They'd have been dead 2 years ago.
In which
Fair
case,
enough.
Yeah.
Geist, the natural red-haired barbarian in him. In which case, once we've, as it's a farm, and there were other people there, and there'll be no one there, as harsh as it might be for the sake of survival, it might be worth seeing if there's anything there that could be of use, even if it likely won't be food because otherwise they wouldn't be starving, but maybe additional warm clothing or something.
I think it's a good idea to keep in the back of our mind. But I think that we need to get there first.
Yes, let's
So,
get there
and
first. Let's um
fewer
du-
preconceived notions we have, the more
yeah,
flexible we'll be in
yeah.
dealing
Hmm.
with what's in front of us.
Does the
Okay.
shop sell bread?
Sure. Like rations. Yes.
Yeah. So
It's stale bread.
basic basically
You
I
wasn't
wanted
expecting
to,
anything fresh, were you?
I mean, no, but I was just thinking something that might be filling and easy to eat for a child that perhaps hasn't
Ah,
seen food for a few days.
we got some scampi. That's about as good as you're gonna get.
And
I
Jill, I'm
so
sorry to break the fourth wall, but speaking of children, Katie's back home, and I'm being told that I told her that D&D would end at 4, and she's
Ah,
starving.
in that
So,
case, the children are starving. You must rush to the farm as quickly as
yes.
possible. Okay, well, it is a good place to sort of wrap it up then. Um, right. Okay, on to the farm, good mead, and then off to Bremen. We will do those events next week, hopefully,
yep.
and we'll see you where we get that. All right.
All right.
Thanks,
Well, this has
Bye.
everybody. Hope
been
you all have a great week.
Yep.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
bye bye.
Bye.